Chapter 600, Bloodshed Land, Open Air Training Ground number 30. Let's do it here. Carol led the group to this place and stood opposite of Han Xiao, creating a large distance between them. Looking from afar, they looked like a small dot. Han Xiao looked around. This training ground was very wide, with tall mechanical towers at the edge. They were connected by dozens of blue high-temperature electromagnetic lines, looking like a sci-fi baseball field that had been enlarged many times. The ground was made of gray metal plates, and there were scorch marks left behind by explosions or scratches from sharp weapons everywhere. There are also quite a few dents. Clearly, this training ground was often used for training. In my territory, you have to follow my rules. Carol's voice came from afar. Firstly, the battle area is limited to this training ground. If you cause any damage outside, you will bear the consequences. Secondly, you cannot cause any serious damage to the opponent, so don't worry, your life will not be in danger. As he spoke, Carol activated the training ground. The ground rumbled, and many holes appeared on the metal floor. Mechanical soldiers rose up one after another, surrounding Carol. All the mechanical towers at the edge of the training ground shook, and light shot out from the tops of the towers, forming a projection that showed the countdown of 3 minutes. Carol's lips curled up, and he said, "Don't say that I'm bullying you. Before the battle starts, you have 3 minutes to prepare. Once the 3 minutes are up, this training ground will be covered by a protective shield." Black Star was a guest, so he definitely would not bring too many combat machines. They were most likely all on the spaceship, and he would be given 3 minutes to bring the machines to the training ground. After the protective shield covered the training ground, Black Star would not be able to receive any reinforcement from the outside and could only use the machines on the training ground to fight. As for Carol himself, he had an endless supply of troops. Since Combat Field number 30 was a facility that released machines from the ground for the trainers to fight, there were many tracks hidden in the metal plates on the ground that were connected to the underground logistics warehouse of Planet Heber. This meant that even with the protection of the protective shield, Carol could still receive endless reinforcements. Carol was very clear that a battle between two mechanic supers would most likely turn into a war of attrition. Black Star's forces were limited, and his forces were unlimited. He was already in an undefeatable position. The protective shield was transparent, so he could trample on Black Star in public. He could basically foresee the outcome of the battle. Black Star's machinery would be exhausted, and the ground would be filled with wreckage. Black Star himself would be heavily surrounded by his troops, and he would be able to look down on Black Star with ease and make Black Star admit defeat. Ames wanted her subordinates to help her vent her anger and defeat her subordinates. This way, she would lose even more face. Moreover, he did not hide the fact that he had the home advantage. If Black Star were to back out and cancel the challenge, Ames would also lose face. In any case, it was a sure win for him. Carol revealed a confident smile. On the other side, Han Xiao was not surprised by Carol's advantage at all. He sent a message to Rista, asking him to drive the Blacklight stealth over and drop the army boxes. Ames was still standing at the side, and she softly said, "Black Star, are you confident?" "A little," Han Xiao casually replied. "Then, I believe in you." Ames's tone was as gentle as a warm breeze. Although she also felt that Han Xiao's challenge to Carol was very sudden, it was clear that Han Xiao was helping her vent her anger. She was inexplicably happy. She had always had a lot of trust in Han Xiao, and this time was no exception. She patted Han Xiao's shoulder, turned around, and walked out of the venue with Hela and Aurora. They stepped onto the tall building beside the battlefield and watched the battle from above. Around the battlefield, there were people climbing up the buildings to watch the battle. They were all members of the Bloodshed Land, and there were hundreds of them. They were all officers or elite warriors of the Bloodshed Land. Malekith and a few Vanguard officials were among them, forming different small groups and whispering to each other. The news of the battle between Carol and Black Star was not deliberately hidden. It spread like wildfire, and it soon reached the ears of many officers. They all came over to watch the battle curiously. Black Star is actually so daring to challenge our officers in our territory. A Vanguard official looked at the rice-sized figure in the field and clicked his tongue in wonder. He challenged Carol because he's a traitor of floating dragon. That must be the case. A few days ago, Ames was forced to retreat by His Excellency Tyrant. She probably felt indignant, so she asked Black Star to fight for her. It would be embarrassing if he lost. Someone could not help but look at Ames, who was also watching the battle, and speculated. Maybe Ames will intervene at the critical moment and interrupt the battle. Carol's combat strength tisk. Malekith shook his head slightly. The Vanguard official's impression of Carol was very complicated. On one hand, it was because he was a traitor. Although the tyrant was magnanimous, his identity as a traitor would obviously make others unwilling to get close to Carol. On the other hand, Carol belonged to the logistics department and had almost no chance to fight. Unlike the Vanguard officials, who were all famous members of the Bloodshed Land, Malekith and the others did not have a clear understanding of Carol's strength. They only knew that he was also grade. However, with the battlefield advantage, he won't lose. In the palace, Heber was still chatting with Austin, exchanging feelings. This time, Austin's expression suddenly changed, and he said with a strange tone, "Tyrant, there seems to be a problem in your territory." Heber frowned, took out his communicator, pressed a few buttons, and received a report from his subordinate. Black Star is challenging Carol. Austin chanted a spell, and the space fluctuated. A huge mirror appeared, showing the scene of the battlefield in real time. "Looks like they're about to fight. Aren't you going to stop them?" Austin asked. Heber looked at the mirror, thought for a while, shook his head, and said, "Since Ames is not bullying the weak, there's no need for me to stop a normal battle. What if your people lose? My Bloodshed Land is not a sore loser." Heber's expression was normal as he pointed at the mirror and said, "Continue watching. Don't stop." At the same time, 3 guests were following a Bloodshed Land soldier around. The representative of the Amethyst civilization, Ralph, was walking side by side with a Clint High official, chatting happily. The diplomatic relationship between Purple Crystal and Clint had always been good. Behind them, the leader of a super financial group was following the two of them. His name was Rassos, and he had a wide range of businesses. He had investments in both star clusters and could be considered a friend of Ralph and the Clint High official. While the 3 of them were discussing business issues, a series of figures suddenly flew past the buildings above, attracting their attention. "Where are those people going?" Ralph asked curiously. The soldier shook his head and said, "I don't know. They seem to be heading to training ground number 30. Just as he finished speaking, another series of figures flashed across the sky, followed by a black spaceship that sped past quickly. The 3 of them were all very knowledgeable people, and they immediately recognized that the spaceship was the Radiant Federation's Lurker-grade spaceship. Among all the guests, there seemed to be only one person piloting the Blacklight Stealth. Floating Dragon Island's Black Star. The Clint High official was immediately interested. "Something seems to have happened. Let's go take a look." Ralph shrugged, indicating that he did not mind. Rassos did not have any objections either. When there was 1.5 minutes left on the countdown, the Blacklight Stealth arrived above the training ground. The belly of the spaceship opened, and 6 army boxes were spat out. They were like 6 falling meteors, dragging long trails of flames behind them. Han Shao raised his hand toward the sky, and tree-shaped lightning bolts struck the 6 army boxes. The boxes opened in midair, and compressed orbs fell like rain, crashing onto the ground. Crack! The moment they landed, these compressed orbs expanded and turned into 6 mech legion. The Mechanical Beast Guards Army, Assault Artillery Regiment, G1 Steel Legion, G2 Heavy Armored Cavalry, and Mini-Cube Army occupied a portion of the training ground, surrounding and protecting Han Shao in a preset formation, making him feel like he was in a sea of machines. The 12 Oath Keepers of the Elite Army stood beside Han Shao. From head to toe, their outer armor moved like waves, like moving scales, carrying out an automatic inspection. All kinds of cannons landed behind them or floated in midair. Other than the conventional electromagnetic cannons and laser cannons, there were also the new plasma cannons and thermal cannons. There are a little too many troops. Carol was slightly surprised. However, he was still very confident. Black Star's mech legion only occupied a small portion of the training ground, but his own mechanical army was much larger, occupying almost half of the training ground. Their numbers were still increasing. There was a circle of mechanical transportation holes at the edge of the training ground, and standard mechanical soldiers crawled out one after another, surrounding Black Star's troops. The almost endless reinforcements were the source of Carol's confidence. To accumulate so many machines, Black Star must have spent a lot of time and money. Malice flashed across Carol's eyes. If we destroy all of his machines, Black Star's combat strength will drop by a few levels, and his accumulation will be destroyed. The formation was completed. As there would be a protective shield later, Han Xiao did not use the Eye of God. He checked the machines, and there were only a dozen seconds left on the countdown. The mechanical towers at the edge of the training ground were activated, and a light blue barrier slowly rose, covering the training ground. All the spectators were blocked outside. The dome was a few hundred meters tall, and when the barrier completely closed and turned into a protective shield, the countdown would end. Countless mechanical soldiers were ready to move. The style, technology, and model of the machines controlled by Carol were clearly different from Han Zhao's. Most of them were standard cannon fodder. Buzz. The two of them released their mechanical force at the same time. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The skills of calamity-grade mechanics had an effect when using mechanical force instantly covered the entire training ground. After so long, I finally met a mechanic of the same level. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This was the first high-level battle. The Berserk 8 mechanical suit appeared, and a virtual screen popped up in front of him, showing the image of virtual intrusion. Carol, on the other hand, was not of the virtual intrusion school. He put on a single soldier mecha, and right after, sections of armor extended out, quickly becoming a 30-meter-tall heavy fortress that wrapped around Carol tightly. The thick and heavy outer armor showed that its defensive power was shocking at first glance. From the gaps of the fortress, countless large-caliber cannons extended out. Carol belonged to the heavy mech school of the armed mech school. It was large in size, heavy in weight, thick in armor, and strong in firepower. It was a set of defensive heavy mech vehicles. Carol wanted to use its advantage in a war of attrition, so it covered itself with a hard turtle shell. He was not Han Xiao, and he did not have a strong body. He was most afraid of sudden attacks, so he used defensive tactics, trying to make sure that Han Xiao could not even touch him. The right way. Malekith and the other spectators all nodded. They did not feel that Carol was a coward. This was a strategy that was suitable for the situation. The moment Carol's fortress was formed, the barrier completely closed, and the countdown ended. Boom! The next moment, lasers and cannons roared. The battle suddenly erupted. Han Zhao's mech legion clashed with Carol's mechanical army. Bang! Bang! The two armies fought fiercely, and the scene instantly became chaotic. Machines could not speak, and they fought in silence. Metal rubbed against metal, and bright sparks were produced. The clanging sounds replaced the roars and battle cries. Machines were torn apart one after another. Machines could not make any screams, only the sound of electric sparks. Boom! The large caliber cannons of Carol's heavy fortress locked onto Han Xiao from afar and fired. The recoil caused the cannons to retract, and the sound of the cannons firing was like a heavy hammer hitting steel, and the echo was still buzzing. Huge light cannons headed straight for Han Xiao, and the high temperature caused the air to distort. Just as the large caliber light cannons were about to hit Han Xiao, the Watcher instrument appeared behind Han Xiao, like a peacock spreading its tail, and flew in front of Han Xiao, turning into a distorted force field shield. The light cannons hit the shield but did not explode. Instead, they were deflected in all directions. Bang! Bang! All the light cannons were deflected. Some flew far away, hit the protective shield, and exploded violently. Some landed on the ground, causing strong winds in different parts of the battlefield and blowing up a large number of mechanical soldiers. Both sides had a portion of their forces. Han Xiao glanced around, and with a clench of his fist, mechanical force struck all the parts on the ground. He pulled up a portion of his mechanical soldiers and continued to fight. Seeing this, Carol stopped attacking Han Xiao, and the heavy fortress started to fire at Han Zhao's mech legion, wanting to destroy Black Star's troops as soon as possible. You want to hide and fire? Do you think it's that easy? Han Xiao snorted coldly. He raised his hand, and a series of compressed orbs shot out from the tube on his wrist. They expanded in midair, turning into more than 10 mechanical hands. The next second, these mechanical hands transformed and combined into a 100-meter-sized Buddha's palm, 3 times the size of Carol's heavy fortress. Han Xiao waved his hand, and the Buddha's palm slammed down. The palm pressed on the top of the heavy fortress like a palm hitting a ping-pong ball. Boom! The strong wind caused by the collision blew away the surrounding mechanical soldiers. Even through the protective shield, the eyelids of Malekith and the others, who were watching the battle from the outside, twitched. The metal ground cracked and caved in from the heavy pressure, but the heavy fortress was covered by a layer of shield and did not suffer much damage. Inside the heavy fortress, Carol sneered. This fortress was not ordinary, but an important piece of combat equipment that he had researched. It was able to defend against calamity-grade attacks. Right at this time, Carol felt the fortress suddenly shake violently. The Buddha's palm bent his fingers and pulled the heavy fortress out of the ground. With a swing of his hand, he threw the heavy fortress as though it was a softball. It flew a long distance and crashed heavily into the protective shield, causing a series of blinding electric sparks to explode. Boom! A loud bang. The Bloodshed Land elites watching from outside the protective shield saw a large black shadow flying toward them. The shadow grew larger and larger in their vision, and they were so frightened that they almost slipped and fell. The heavy fortress rolled and landed on the ground, shaking the ground. However, the shield still protected the fortress loyally, and the damage was negligible. Its defense was amazing. Only Carol, who was piloting inside, felt pain in his butt. Chapter 601. The defense of this fortress is not bad. It's grade A equipment. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. Carol's information popped up on the interface. His level was higher than Han Zhao's, and some of his attributes and skills were filled with question marks. Han Xiao was not surprised by this. He was only level 142, and even in normal grade A equipment was higher than him. The defense of the heavy fortress was very high, but it was not to the point where it was indestructible. However, Han Xiao did not want to fight head-on. As a virtual mechanic, he still had some professional integrity. Without saying anything, he started virtual intrusion and passed the control of the Buddha's palm to Philip. Philip, play with him. Block his cannon fire. Don't let him kill my army. Order confirmed. Starting execution. The Buddha's palm slapped out again, and a propulsive flame suddenly shot out from the bottom of the heavy fortress. The heavy fortress instantly rose into the air, dodging this attack, and moving quickly in the sky. This was a flying fortress. The Buddha's palm chased after the heavy fortress and performed a duet in midair. Han Xiao focused on virtual intrusion, and the Mech Legion on both sides fought fiercely. The 5 Mech Legion that were equipped with brand-new equipment had their lethality increased by more than just a little. The blue-green plasma cannons exploded steel, the heat cannons melted metal, and the space distortion bombs were like small black holes, creating a vortex of distortion wherever they hit. There was no need to even mention the small thermonuclear mines. These were all cute little mushroom plants. The Cube Army was formed into 3 types of troops. The normal-sized cube robots, the small combined mechanical soldiers that were half the height of a human, and the small giant-like robots. Each of them had their own advantages. Some were nimble, and some were heavy. It was as if the G2 heavy armored cavalry were unstoppable, slaughtering their way in and out of the enemy's formation. All sorts of cold, close combat weapons crushed countless enemies into pieces, and like a piece of eraser, they constantly drew blank spaces on the battlefield. The performance of Han Zhao's Mech Legion was obviously a level higher than the standard mechanical soldiers controlled by Carol. They could be considered half an elite. The killing efficiency was like harvesting and Carol's mechanical army fell one after another. As soon as they clashed, Han Zhao's mech legion had the upper hand. However, the reinforcements came in an endless stream, and they couldn't kill them all. More and more corpses piled up on the ground. Carlos was determined to use up all of Han Zhao's assets. He didn't even direct his troops to attack Han Zhao. He only focused on cutting off Han Zhao's wings. He didn't care even if it was 3-1. Han Zhao was not without losses either. The 5 regular legions were also slowly losing their combat strength. The mechanical soldiers that occasionally approached Han Zhao were either shot to pieces by the Watcher instrument or smashed to pieces by the Oath Keepers. This kind of war of attrition was equivalent to a bladder game. How long are they going to fight? One of the Vanguard officials couldn't help but ask. Malekith shook his head. It will take at least a few hours. At this time, another figure jumped up. When the other Vanguard officials looked over, they were all shocked. Second brother, you're here too? Yes, the chief asked me to come and take a look. The newcomer was a tall and skinny humanoid species. He was tall and looked like a refreshing stream in the bloodshed land that was filled with muscular men. This person's nickname was Jaeger. There are different styles in the pugilist class. Not only did he have a violent style, but he also walked the path of the high agility weapon style. He was the second of the 8 Vanguard officials, ranking second. The 8 Vanguard officials also had different ranks. The Chief Vanguard was the eldest, the most experienced, and the strongest. He had always been personally taught by Heber and was grade A+. He was also a training maniac and spent almost all of his free time in the gravity training room. The difference between him and the others was obvious. The second Jaeger was also very strong. The two of them usually carried out more dangerous missions and were very elusive. Their sudden appearance at this time shocked the other Vanguard officials. Looking at the battle situation, Jaeger quickly analyzed the situation and slowly said, Black Star seems to have the upper hand on the surface, but he's actually in a passive position. Carol wants to fight a protracted battle, and Black Star has to end the battle quickly. If he can't break through Carol's defense quickly, the situation will take a turn for the worse when his troops suffer too many losses. I think so too. Malekith nodded and paused. However, the current situation is very good. Carol has the location advantage, and his combat power is also very high. Black Star's chances are slim. Carol is not bad, right? Jaeger nodded lightly, acknowledging Carol's strength. On the other side, the 3 Clint officials also arrived and climbed up the building to watch the battle. After asking the bystanders around them, they finally understood the cause and effect of the battle. Black Star actually dared to openly challenge one of Bloodshed Land's officers in their territory? How daring. Ralph was quite surprised. He's taking revenge for Ames, right? A current officer of Floating Dragon challenging a former traitor. How meaningful is that? The Clint official chuckled. Ralph nodded and turned to look at Ames, who was not far away. He realized that Ames was staring at the battle with a focused expression. Rumble. The cannon fire was endless, and the battle was still going on. Both sides continued to fight, and the situation gradually reached a stalemate. Suddenly, Carol's heavy fortress sped up and shook off the Buddha's palm. It suddenly started to change shape. The heavy machinery broke down and turned into mechanical parts before being reassembled. At the same time, Carol threw out a bunch of compressed orbs, which expanded into new parts. Countless parts quickly merged together. In the blink of an eye, the parts that filled the sky formed a large humanoid mechanical suit that was 30 to 40 meters tall. Large battle mech, giant soldier, ship destroyer. The ship destroyer giant soldier was humanoid in shape. It had 2 hands and 2 legs, but it did not have a head. Its top was the conical end of its torso. Its appearance was black and green, and its thick armor covered its joints and vital points. Its body was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Its legs were equipped with thrusters and track wheels, and its body was filled with all kinds of weapons. On its back was a pair of steel-like thrusters. To describe it more down to earth, this thing was like an inverted green trash can with arms, legs, and wings. Carol looked down at Han Zhao coldly before sitting in the cockpit at the center of the torso. Bang! After the ship destroyer landed, it rolled agilely, and its huge body shook the ground. Then squatted on the ground and swung the heat fusion chain's word in one hand. The armor on the other hand opened up and turned into a thick and heavy alloy shield. The heavy mech faction relied on all kinds of large and giant machines to fight. This kind of large mechanical suit was usually called the giant soldier mech. Its 30 to 40 meters tall body was comparable to some small spaceships. With such a large body, more power structures or energy cores could be stuffed into it. Its performance was very strong, and it could fight in the universe directly. It was equivalent to a more flexible galactic vehicle. Virtual mechanics participated in the universe war through invasions, while heavy mech faction could create such a giant soldier to fight against battleships. The ship destroyer giant soldier held the alloy shield and charged forward. Its huge feet made the ground shake, and the shield smashed onto the Buddha's palm. The huge force knocked the Buddha's palm to the side, and the mechanical hand, that was twice its size, was knocked back. Then it swung the heat fusion chain's word and swept across the battlefield. Who? The high-temperature incandescent light swept across the battlefield, creating a large blank space. Regardless of friend or foe, countless mechanical soldiers were shredded into parts by the heavy heat fusion chain word. Han Shao narrowed his eyes. The Watcher instrument turned into a large-caliber floating cannon, and a blue light beam as thick as a water bucket shot out and hit the ship destroyer giant soldier's chest. A light yellow shield appeared and blocked this high-energy light beam. It exploded into light fragments, but the ship destroyer giant soldier's body was not harmed. He even brought out a Gundam. He's really going all out. Han Shao curled his lips. He was not surprised at all. He had been peeping every day for the past few days and had seen Carol maintaining this giant soldier mech. The class advancement of the mechanic class would also affect the result of the blueprint fusion. If he chose one of the branches, other than the cutting-edge knowledge consumption of the other two branches being 3 times higher, there was another restriction, which was that the blueprints of the other two branches could not be fused. Han Shao chose virtual mechanic. When he gambled on blueprints, he could not get a part of the heavy mech-style blueprints, such as the ship destroyer giant soldier mech Carol brought out, the giant soldier mech obviously not to deal with Han Shao alone. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. His goal was to use the giant soldier mech to quickly wipe out Black Star's mech legion. Originally, he did not plan to use the ship destroyer as his trump card. However, the quality of Black Star's mech legion was beyond his expectations. His cannon fodder troops died too quickly, and the replacements could not keep up. If he did not bring out the giant soldier, Carol was worried that he would lose control of the situation. Carol has changed from defense to offense. I can feel the energy waves of this giant soldier mech. It's very strong. Even if it's me, it will take a very long time to destroy it. Outside the shield, Malekith raised his voice and looked at Carol in a new light. Jaeger nodded. That's more like it. Far away in the palace, Heber looked at the live broadcast and nodded to express his approval. At this time, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. All the mechanical soldiers on the battlefield suddenly stopped, as if someone had pressed the freeze button. Carol's face was filled with shock. Just as he was about to control the ship destroyer to move, he realized that there was a static noise coming from the control panel. The artificial intelligence did not respond at all, and the nerve connection control directly failed. The ship destroyer stood in place and did not move at all. It was like the entire battlefield was filled with machines. The battlefield that was filled with gunfire suddenly became dead silent. The change was extremely sudden. The sudden change caused the expressions of all the spectators to freeze. Ding! The Berserk Ape's virtual intrusion interface rang. Han Shao clenched his fists and chuckled. His voice spread out, and it was extremely clear on the battlefield where a pin drop could be heard. Everyone could hear it. All right, the foreplay is over. Han Shao knew that Carol had the battlefield advantage, and he did not have the heart to fight a war of attrition. The reason he used the Mech Legion was to stall the enemy troops and give himself time to perform his virtual intrusion. Now, with the support of Rista and Philip, the virtual intrusion was complete. These standard machines were all controlled by the same artificial intelligence. After being hammered by Rista, they lost control directly. All the machines under Carol's control were paralyzed and could only recover after the system rebooted. Making use of this opportunity, Han Shao walked toward the ship destroyer Colossal Soldier. Dong, dong, dong. As he walked forward, rows of mechanical soldiers fell. All of them had their systems malfunctioning, and the scene was magnificent. It was as if the people were bowing down to welcome their emperor. 2 words: awesome. Han Zhao's path was unobstructed. This was the easiest time for him. Virtual mechanics were the best at internal conflicts. As the old saying went, without guns and cannons, the enemy will build them for us. Carol looked at all his machines being destroyed by Han Shao from the cockpit of the ship destroyer. His expression was extremely ugly, and he felt extremely humiliated. As a mechanic, when the machines in his hands were forcefully taken away by someone else, this feeling was indescribable. It was as if he had lost all his dignity. Quick, restart the system. Carol roared. Diagnosing malfunction and removing virus. Estimated time, unknown. The system alarm echoed in the cockpit, bringing with it an ear-piercing noise. *T, it's too late. Carol finally panicked when he saw Han Shao approaching. However, he still held on to his last shred of hope. In order to speed things up, Black Star had only used the most violent method to paralyze the ship destroyer's operating system. He did not take control of it, so he could still hide in the ship destroyer. As long as Han Shao could not destroy the ship destroyer's armor before the system rebooted, he would still have a chance to regain control of the situation. However, the next moment, Carol's heart sank to the bottom. Han Zhao's mech legion all aimed at the ship destroyer. Endless bullets covered the sky, and the ship destroyer's high-energy shield only lasted 2 seconds under the terrifying firepower before shattering. Boom! The armor on its chest and abdomen was focused on and exploded. The ship destroyer could not withstand the force and fell to the ground face up. The Buddha's palm disintegrated and turned into more than 10 mechanical hands. They turned into drills and drilled a hole in the ship destroyer's body. Carol's cockpit was exposed amidst the messy wires and energy pipes. Due to the system's paralysis, Carol could not even eject to escape. The ship destroyer had become his prison instead. Looking at Han Shao, who jumped into the cockpit, Carol's face was filled with fear. He hurriedly said, "I admit." Before he could finish, Han Zhao's large hand pinched his mouth like a pair of iron pliers, forcing Carol's words back into his stomach. Go! Berserk throw! Dong! Carol was thrown out of the ship destroyer and flew into the sky. He flew up hundreds of meters and slammed into the dome of the training ground's protective shield. He did not have a strong body. Although he was a calamity-grade super, his body's resistance was far inferior to that of a pugilist. This collision caused him to feel dizzy, and he was inflicted with the dizzy status of the berserk throw. However, before he fell, Carol's vision blurred, and Han Shao flew below him in an instant. The distance of a few hundred meters was just a matter of acceleration for the berserk ape mechanical suit, leaving behind a trail of blue flames. Zap! The next second, blinding lightning burst out from Han Zhao's body and illuminated Carol's shocked expression. His arms were like a bow that was pulled to the limit. Then his fists landed heavily on Carol's chest and pressed him against the dome of the protective shield. Boom! It was like a ball of lightning had exploded out of thin air. Power explosion. Genetic liberation. Germinal organization leader character summon card. Armor-piercing combo. Han Shao did not hold back at all in this attack. With the triple enhancement, the power of this attack was raised to a terrifying level. Boom! An explosive sound wave swept out, and a circular shock wave burst out. The power of this punch passed through Carol's body and directly shattered the protective shield that covered the entire training ground. In the sky full of light, Carol shot up into the sky like a rocket, leaving rings of shockwaves behind. Crimson blood splattered in the air. All the bloodshed land spectators at the scene opened their mouths wide and looked up at Carol, who was flying into the sky. Malekith was stunned. In just 10 seconds, Han Shao had broken the battle of attrition and ended the battle. Too fast. Chapter 602. Carol flew higher and higher. Swoosh! Just as the other spectators were in a daze, Jaeger was the first to react. He jumped up and flew into the sky, catching up to Carol, who had been sent flying out of the arena. He grabbed Carol with both hands and lifted him up like a chicken, not giving Carol the chance to shout, "I'll be back." The two of them landed in the middle of the arena filled with mechanical wreckage, raising a cloud of dust. As soon as Jaeger let go, Carol fell forward, one hand on the ground, the other on his chest, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Blood flowed out of Carol's mouth, and his face was pale. Although he was wearing a simple combat suit, this punch still caused him quite a bit of damage. However, he still had the physique of a calamity grade. Even if he was not as strong as a pugilist, he would not lose his combat ability in one hit. He only broke a few bones and almost lost a lung. Although Han Shao did not hold back in this punch, he also knew that a calamity grade would not be so easily injured. Furthermore, this spar did not go too far, and it was impossible for him to kill someone in Bloodshed Land's territory. It was enough to defeat his opponent openly. Virtual intrusion had created an opportunity, and Han Shao had always been good at seizing opportunities. Furthermore, he was very cautious. In order to prevent himself from failing miserably, he did not play around with Carol and directly send him flying, securing victory. Carol's injuries were not too serious, and he still had the ability to continue fighting. However, he was sent out of the arena, and the machinery he controlled was temporarily paralyzed. Even if he could recover his combat ability after the system rebooted, the current situation was that he had been publicly defeated by Black Star. The battle was over, and it ended with his defeat. "You." Carol's face was filled with unwillingness. He held his chest and coughed a few more times, staring at Han Shao, who had also landed not far away. That was close. I almost lost." Han Shao put away the berserk ape, revealed his face, and shook his head. "T. You clearly did it with ease." Many spectators roared in their hearts. Han Shao glanced at the virtual intrusion interface. There was not much time left, and the opponent's artificial intelligence was about to restart. He looked around and said playfully, "You lost. With so many people watching, you won't go back on your word, right?" Carol sensed that the gazes of the spectators had all landed on him, and he couldn't help but gnash his teeth. His mentality collapsed. He had a huge advantage in terms of location, but he was easily defeated by Black Star. This guy's battle strength was really too strong. The difference in their statuses aggravated the impact of his defeat. Black Star was the current officer of Floating Dragon Island, but he was a traitor in the eyes of others. Now that the traitor was defeated by someone from Floating Dragon Island, it was a scene that the people loved to see. Furthermore, he had just provoked Ames a few days ago, and today he was defeated by Black Star. Carol felt extremely embarrassed. Carol subconsciously looked in the direction of Ames, but he realized that Ames was not even looking at him, the loser. Instead, she was staring at Black Star. This made him even angrier. In the spectator seats outside the venue, Ames let out a sigh of relief and revealed a relaxed smile. Just as Black Star sent Carol flying with a thunderous blow, she felt all the anger that she had been suffering for the past few days disappear. With Han Zhao's fist, she vented all of it, and her mood instantly became bright and sunny. For a moment, Ames only felt that Han Shao was extremely pleasing to the eye, and she stared at him with all her might. As for Carol, who she had always missed, Ames did not even want to look at him again. The position of this traitor in her eyes had become insignificant, and she had already put this traitor down in her heart. "I've found someone better than me," Ames mumbled. "The Dragon Emperor has really found an amazing person." Not far away, Ralph sighed. He had only gotten to know Black Star a few days ago, and at this moment, Han Zhao's position in his heart had risen slightly. If there was a chance in the future, perhaps he could outsource some sensitive missions to Black Star. Ralph pondered, and the thought of hiring him appeared in his mind. The Amethyst civilization controlled Colton, and the Black Star Corps was stationed in Colton as well. There was a natural basis for cooperation. Rasatsi rubbed the antennae under his chin. His expression did not change, but he thought to himself, I heard that the Norios financial group invested in the Black Star Corps. It does have potential. Seems like it's worth investing in. After socializing a few days ago, he had also gotten to know Black Star. As there were many hidden experts in the party, he did not express any special thoughts about Han Xiao. Only now did he have the intention to invest. The Clint's senior official narrowed his eyes, and a strange expression flashed across his face. He suddenly said, Black Star defeated the tyrant's people in Bloodshed Land. I wonder what Heber will do. The other two narrowed their eyes. Not far away, Malekith and the other Vanguard officials were also thinking about this question. Will His Excellency Tyrant interfere? Someone frowned. Malekith shook his head and did not say anything. This is just a spar. He probably won't. Carol's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. The Vanguard officials were used to battles and were not too surprised or shocked by the result. They were only surprised by the combat strength Black Star had displayed. Many of the Vanguard officials were excited and wanted to have a real fight with Han Xiao. What they were most concerned about now was Heber's attitude. At the same time, in the palace, your people lost. Austin's tone was mocking. I have eyes. Heber frowned and waved his hand. I'm not watching anymore. Turn it off. Aren't you going to respond? There's no need. Heber was not angry. Since it was a fair battle, Black Star had won fair and square. That was his ability. Hearing this, Austin could only end the broadcast, and the two of them stopped paying attention to this matter. The tyrant did not interfere, and no one felt that Heber did not know about this matter. Seeing this, they understood that Heber had tacitly agreed to the result of this battle. Bloodshed Land believed in the strong. Carol was publicly defeated, and the others felt that they had lost face. Many spectators shook their heads and turned to leave. Malekith and the others were disappointed. They glared at Carol before disappearing. Carol knew that the outcome was already decided. His expression was ugly, and he had nothing to say. Don't forget our bet, Han Xiao reminded him kindly. What blueprint do you want? Carol clenched his teeth. The tyrant definitely knew about the bet, and if he went back on his word, he would be tarnishing Bloodshed Land's reputation. He had no choice but to give up his treasures and fulfill Han Xiao's request. Let me think. That mechanical fortress of yours and that giant soldier mechanical suit, I want both of them. Han Xiao chuckled. Okay. Carol's face twitched, and his heart was bleeding. Following which, Han Xiao stated his requirements for the other 3 blueprints. He had peeked into Carol's weapon warehouse and had quite a few things that he wanted. However, Carol had not used all of them in the battle, so Han Xiao could not specify them directly. As a virtual mechanic, although he could not fuse some of the exclusive machinery for his class advancement, the knowledge of the mechanic class was the same. If he obtained the blueprint, he could learn it directly. After all, when gambling on blueprints, there were dozens of blueprints that could be fused with one type of knowledge. His class advancement only prevented him from fusing some of the blueprints. However, if he had the blueprint first, as long as his knowledge met the requirements of the blueprint, he would be able to create the machinery for the blueprint. I'll give you the blueprint tomorrow. You don't have to worry about me going back on my word. I still have this bit of credibility. Carol's face was filled with grievances. After saying this, he did not even bother to clean up the place and left, not even daring to look at Ames. Han Xiao did not mind and looked at the notification on the interface. Ames' rage completed. You have received 1,500 EXP and plus 15J renown, plus 2,500J floating dragon faction relationship, plus 30 Ames favorability. Current relationship. Best friend, J, plus 2 to Heber's favorability. Current relationship. Cold J this time. Ames landed beside Han Xiao with a smile. Not bad. I can't just watch you get bullied. Han Xiao laughed and found an excuse to explain his actions. I know. Ames smiled faintly and suddenly felt a little emotional. Ever since she became a beyond grade A super, she had not experienced the feeling of being protected for a very long time. She did not expect to have such a feeling again today. I'm clearly much stronger than Blackstar, but in the end, he actually helped me vent my anger. Ames laughed in her heart. Aurora raised her head and looked at Han Xiao, then at Ames. She tugged on Hella's clothes and said softly, "Sister, what?" Hella did not look at her and said with an indifferent tone, "In nothing." Aurora shrunk her neck. After storing his machinery into the blacklight stealth, Han Xiao and the others returned to their room. This challenge did not lead to any investigation, but through the news spread by the spectators, very soon, all the guests knew about the battle between Han Xiao and Carol. Blackstar was in Bloodshed Land, fighting for Ames, publicly defeating the former trader of Floating Dragon in someone else's territory, and the tyrant actually allowed it. This could be considered as Blackstar taking revenge for the Dragon Emperor, and many people were surprised. After the battle ended, the day passed peacefully. The next day, the official party finally began. Everyone had waited for a few days for today's official party. All the guests were dressed neatly and gathered in the hall of Heber's palace. This place had already been set up as a banquet venue, with all kinds of new and precious food and drinks. Musicians were on standby at the side. Not only the hall, almost half of the palace was the venue for the party. It was all set up, and the guests could look around freely. There were also many private rooms upstairs for guests who wanted to communicate privately. The goal of this party was to invite the top organizations of a Shattered Star Ring to discuss various topics, expand their connections, exchange information, outline the future of the Shattered Star Ring, and so on. Its function was similar to a social gathering, but it was more serious, practical, and high-end. The guests were talking to each other, and Ames stood at the side, ignoring everyone. Hella and Aurora were beside her, and they did not know what to say in such an occasion, so they did not say anything either. Han Xiao was around to replace Ames in socializing. From time to time, people would take the initiative to talk to him, and their attitudes were quite warm. He dealt with the guests while observing the others, silently collecting information. Not long after, the organizer of the party, Heber, finally appeared. The place instantly quieted down, and everyone stopped talking. They all looked at Heber, waiting for him to speak. I'm very happy to see so many familiar faces again. Chapter 603. The musicians started to play, and the party officially began. The guests all had their own interests, so they spread out and found a more private place to discuss business. Heber brought a few guests up the stairs. Not far away, the Clint High official also brought a few people up the stairs from the other side. Seeing this, Han Xiao could not help but narrow his eyes, deep in thought. The tyrant and the Clints are allies, and he has secretly sided with the Red Empire. Maybe the Clints have also become friends with the Red Empire, and it happened even earlier than the tyrant. After all, if the Red Empire wants to rope in the organizations in the Shattered Star Ring, their first choice should be the Star Cluster civilizations. The Clints were roped in first, and then they recommended their ally, the Bloodshed Land. The tyrant recommended the envoy to the Dragon Emperor and the Magus. It's very likely that the Clints asked him to communicate with the Beyond Grade, as Han Zhao's thoughts turned quickly. This meant that among the 7-star cluster civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring, the Clint Kingdom had most likely sided with the Red Empire. Connecting it to the storyline in his previous life, the main storyline of version 3.0, Crimson Tide, was that the expansion of the Red Empire had shaken all the star fields, and the Shattered Star Ring was no exception. However, a lot of the chaos was not directly caused by the Red Empire, but by the organizations of the various star fields. At that time, the players did not know the inside story, but now, Han Xiao had connected the two. Maybe the organizations causing trouble in the Crimson Tide were all instructed by the Red Empire to cause chaos in the galaxy. Heber did not introduce Zoel to all the guests. It was probably because the Red Empire did not want to be too conspicuous and would only talk to the representatives of some of the stronger organizations in private, just like the Beyond Grade A meeting yesterday. The storm has already begun to brew. Han Xiao shook his head silently. According to his calculations, The impact of the Red Empire's actions would not appear in version 2.0 for the time being. The biggest possibility was that it would happen gradually in the 10 years after the version 2.0 update and evolve into version 3.0 Crimson Tide. Currently, it was still the early stages of version 2.0. Other than the Blue Star players, the players from the other novice planets were still playing in the mud. There were still a few years until the version update. During this time, the possibility of something big happening was very low. The Blue Star players' original main storyline was the battle between Darkstar and Ghidorah. Now that Darkstar had collapsed, the Black Star Corps had become the players' new main storyline. The storyline had become a semi-free exploration mode. Therefore, the players would not encounter any major events in version 2.0. This was the best time to develop a faction. While Han Technician was pondering, Rasatsi came over. Black Star, I have something to discuss with you. Sir Rassos, what do you suggest? Han Shao came back to his senses, smiled slightly, and nodded in greeting. Rassos habitually rubbed the messy tentacles on his chin and said, I wish to invest in Floating Dragon and your Black Star Corps. Perhaps we should discuss the terms of cooperation in detail. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Whoa, I'm in luck. Another money giver. He turned around and took a look. Ames did not object and gave Han Shao full authority to decide. Han Shao then pulled Rassos to the side, and the two of them started to discuss the details. Not long after, the two of them quickly finalized the investment plan. The terms were similar to the Norios financial groups. Both financial groups would provide resources to Floating Dragon and the Black Star Corps for a long time in exchange for other benefits. Investing in armed forces had always been an important investment for large financial groups, and Rassos was no exception. After confirming the details, he walked away with satisfaction. The official contract and funds would be sent over after the meeting. Han Shao was very happy. This way, the Black Star Corps would have one more sponsor, which would be very helpful for the development of the faction. Norio's financial group and Rassos' financial group were the financial backers of the Black Star Corps for the time being. Black Star. This time, someone called out to him. Han Shao turned around and saw that the person who had spoken was Austin. He had brought a group of forbidden sorcerers with him. Your Excellency Magus, why are you looking for me? Facing a beyond grade A. Han Zhao's eyes were very solemn. Austin did not say anything. He smiled faintly and opened his palm. A deep blue light lit up in his palm, turning into a vortex. Very soon, the light disappeared, and a small gray ball appeared in his palm. Han Shao took a closer look. This small ball was not a physical object, but a cluster of gray mist. It was surging but was compressed by some kind of energy, maintaining the shape of a small ball. This is... Han Shao was a little confused. He could not figure out Austin's intentions. Austin played with the gray mist ball and slowly said, Once, my spiritual body was roaming in a certain phantom-level secondary plane and encountered a powerful and strange Void Lord. It almost corroded my spiritual body, but I defeated it in the end. This is the core essence left behind by that Void Lord. I want to give it to you. Han Shao was stunned. The core essence of a Void Lord was an extremely rare item. Almost only mages could collect this material. Traveling to secondary planes was an ability that only high-level mages had, and they could often obtain all kinds of strange items. In terms of profiteering, in terms of production, mages and mechanics were the best among the 5 superclasses. In terms of collecting materials, mages might even be better than mechanics. Mechanics were in a state of bankruptcy all year round, while mages were the opposite. A class that could burn mana to make money at zero cost, enchantment, was practically the public enemy. They were not called mages for nothing. Han Shao knew very well that one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. What did Austin mean by suddenly giving him a gift? He could not be trying to steal him like Heber, right? Heber took the direct route. Could it be that Austin took the indirect route? Why are you giving it to me? Because I feel that you might need it more than me. Austin winked. Hearing this, Han Shao suddenly had an idea. Right, when I used Observer's Mark on Zoel yesterday, I was discovered by Austin. Could that be the reason? You're not a mage, but you can use void energy. Looks like you've been corroded by void genes before. Most species that are corroded by void genes end up becoming monsters, but you manage to control it and turn it into your own ability. You're very lucky. Since that's the case, the Void Lord's core essence can strengthen this ability and give you more power. Austin confirmed Han Zhao's guess. Austin did not know that Han Xiao had the player interface. The way he saw it, Black Star being able to use void energy was only because he had been corroded by void genes. Furthermore, Floating Dragon Island happened to have void dragon skeletons buried there, so he thought that he had guessed what had happened. Thus, he wanted to help AIM's officers. In any case, it was a piece of cake for him. Han Xiao could only cough and agree with Austin's words. He started to ponder in silence. He was already a void race, and the Void Lord's core essence could strengthen his void genes and increase his attributes. Furthermore, during the next race evolution, he would have a chance to skip the next stage of the evolution chain and enter the later stages, where stronger void species options would appear. It was indeed very useful. It was a good thing, and its rarity was at the level where it was priceless. What do I have to pay? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Although he was tempted, he knew that he should not accept something that he did not deserve. Austin had a lot of resources, and the Void Lord's core essence was just a drop in the ocean. However, he did not feel that Austin needed to give it to him. Even if Austin was helping AIM's officers because of her, Han Xiao was not willing to accept the kindness of an unfamiliar beyond grade A. His relationship with Austin had not reached the point where he could accept a gift with a clear conscience. This is for you. You don't have to. Austin seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly changed his words halfway through his sentence. Perhaps there will be a day when I will need your help. Just treat this as an advance payment. Sounds good, as long as it doesn't go against my principles. Of course. Han Xiao put the item in his pocket and nodded at Austin to thank him. Austin smiled, and his face looked very cute. He slowly said, Heber is a little stupid, and Ames is not attentive. I know your potential better than them. Maybe one day, you'll leave the Dragon Emperor and establish your own faction. This Starfield has not had a new legend for too long. I'll keep an eye on you. Don't disappoint me. Without waiting for Han Zhao's reply, Austin turned around and left with the forbidden sorcerers. Han Xiao had a strange expression. Austin did not put on any airs, and his attitude was very friendly, giving him a good impression. However, what he said at the end made him feel like he was facing an elder. As the gathering went on, all the VIPs present had their own business to discuss. The guests chatted enthusiastically, and occasionally, someone would look for Han Xiao to talk about some topics, but was not frequent. Other than Rasatsi and Austin, the others who came to talk mostly just chatted. Han Xiao was also happy to be free. When there was no one to talk to, Han Xiao, Ames, and the other two would sit in a corner and enjoy food and drinks, talking and laughing. As time passed, the gathering gradually came to an end. Everyone basically got the information they wanted or the cooperation agreement. Han Xiao also eavesdropped on some information that was not considered confidential, but that normal people would not know. After all, everyone present was a VIPs, and any information they casually revealed was quite valuable. Chapter 604. We will consider your request. Then, a star cluster civilization representative opposite Zoel stood up, bowed respectfully, and left the bright guest room. Zoel was the only one left in the room. Zoel shook his head slightly and took a sip from the wine glass on the table. The spicy amber wine flowed down his throat like a line of fire. He received more than 10 people representing the top organizations in the Shattered Star Ring, and every one of them was extremely respectful because of his identity. However, when it came to specific matters, everyone was vague. However, siding with the Red Empire was a very important decision that required a long time to consider. Zoel understood this point. The Shattered Star Ring was the territory of the Radiant Federation, but the Star Cluster civilizations were not the subordinates of the Radiant Federation. There was no loyalty to speak of. Every civilization was independent and only acknowledged the jurisdiction of the Radiant Federation. Every civilization had their own ambitions and wanted to expand, and the new star field was an opportunity. Currently, of the 7-star cluster civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring, only Clint is firmly siding with us. According to the current trend, we should be able to rope in some star cluster civilizations. Together with the Bloodshed Land, we should have enough chess pieces. The expansion ambitions of the Red Empire did not stop there. Zoel was only in charge of the Shattered Star Ring, and the other star fields also had their own special envoys. The new area outside the Shattered Star Ring was only one of the things that the Red Empire was looking for. It would take at least a few years to complete the initial layout. The gathering came to an end. Everyone had settled their business and gathered in the hall. Heber appeared again and gave a concluding speech, announcing the end of the gathering. The atmosphere of this gathering seemed relaxed, but it was actually filled with undercurrents. Who knew how many important matters that could affect countless people had been decided in private, and these were all decided by the big shots with just a few words. From the checks and balances between the various relationships, one could often peek into the workings of the galactic world and the nature of power. The right to speak was closely related to the amount of resources one could control. Han Shao had also gained a lot. Not only did he know the inside story of the Red Empire's operation, but he was also mentally prepared for the next version update. He had also expanded his network and officially entered the circle of top organizations. Although he was mainly relying on his identity as a member of Floating Dragon Island and was still considered an outsider, this was a good start. If he had only relied on his current strength and organization, he would not have had the chance to participate in this gathering at all. Obtaining the qualifications to enter the circle was more important, and his position would slowly rise. If one were to quantify his connections, Han Zhao's connections had increased by dozens of times. In the past, most of the people he came into contact with were from star system civilizations and mercenaries. Now, he had the contact information of the top organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. If he encountered any problems in the future, he would be able to obtain more comprehensive and powerful help. The nickname Black Star Network was even more well-deserved. This time, he had even met the other two beyond grade A supers of the Shattered Star Ring and met Austin. Everyone said goodbye to Heber and left. Han Shao and the others walked out of the palace and immediately saw Carol, who was waiting outside with a long face. Black Star, this is the blueprint you asked for. Carol's face was ugly. He threw a new communicator to Han Shao, which stored the information of 5 blueprints. After roughly looking at it and confirming that there was no problem with the blueprints, Han Shao nodded and walked past him, not wanting to have any other interaction with Carol. Ims looked straight ahead and walked past Carol. Carol was left alone in an awkward position, feeling completely ignored. This time, a shadow blocked his vision. Carol raised his head and saw Heber standing beside him, looking down at him. "Your Excellency, Tyrant." Carol's face paled, and he stuttered, "Sorry, I lost this time." "Will you lose next time?" Heber said coldly. It was a simple sentence, and his tone did not have any intention of blaming Carol. As if he had been motivated, Carol replied loudly, "Definitely not. That's my subordinate." Heber nodded slowly, turned around, and walked away, leaving behind a stalwart figure. Han Shao and the others did not plan to stay on planet Heber. They went straight to the dock, boarded the Blacklight Stealth, and left Bloodshed Land. Ames guided the 2 sisters in their training. Han Shao let Rista control the spaceship while he went to the training room to check the 5 blueprints that Carol had lost to him. Among them, there was the heavy fortress used during sparring. Its official name was Flying Fortress. Its defense was amazing, and it could also be used as a flying vehicle. There was also the ship destroyer giant soldier armor, which could replace spaceships as space weapons. Its mobility, armor value, destructive power, close range, and long-range capabilities were all very impressive. It was Han Zhao's first giant soldier armor blueprint. A heavy mechanic built heavy machinery, and the basic attributes of the machinery were usually stronger. These 2 things could be used as grade A combat equipment. The other 3 were also important blueprints for Carol. The first was a medium-sized armor that was 6 to 7 meters tall. It could be piloted by many people, had excellent performance, and was good at frontal attacks. It was suitable to be sold to guilds. The second was an anti-gravity electromagnetic levitation motorcycle. It had an ecological shield to resist cosmic radiation and could travel in space. Han Xiao had the Berserk 8 mechanical suit, so he did not need it. However, the specialty of this galactic motorcycle was that it looked cool and cool. It could be an advanced product of the nuclear magnetic flying backpack. Of course, Han Xiao still needed to modify the blueprint and add a self-destruct function. The third was a large-caliber shipborne cannon. It was a blueprint for spaceships. Most of the shipborne weapons were heavy firearms, so their power was naturally much higher than portable weapons. The prerequisite knowledge for the 5 blueprints was mainly from the armed class. The highest knowledge was only high-end knowledge. After looking at the spoils of war, Han Xiao took out the essence core of the Void Lord and looked at it carefully. This small ball condensed by gray fog had a special feeling when he held it in his hand. It was ethereal, as if it did not exist. It was as if he could crush it, but once he used force, he would feel a repulsive force that was full of elasticity. The core of the Void Lord can strengthen the Void genes, just like the Void Dragon Marrow in the past, but the effect is stronger. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. In the hierarchy of the Void species, the Void Lord belonged to the top level. Most of them existed in the secondary planes in the eyes of mages, or hid in the Void vision. They rarely interfered with reality. The Void Lord could be considered a type of higher dimensional life form. Similar existences were magic entities. They condensed void energy to form a shell and projected reality. They were ever-changing. Even in the sea of stars where all kinds of races bloomed, they were still very rare and strange life forms. This was not the first time he had used such an item. Swallowing the core of the Void Lord was quite beneficial to him. Normally, there would be risks when using species genetic items, but the compatibility between species was very high, so the chances of side effects were very small. He opened his mouth and swallowed the gray fog ball. An extremely cold feeling exploded from his mouth and spread throughout his body in an instant. It was as if even his soul was being frozen. You have used the core of the Void Lord. Fusion progress, 38%, 61%, 100% fusion complete. Fusion, perfect attributes increased permanently. Plus 8 STR, plus 12 DX, plus 10 END, plus 10 INT, plus 15 MYS, plus 8 Sichi your talent. Intermediate strength in life has been slightly strengthened. The cold quickly disappeared, and Han Xiao exhaled. After seeing the notification on the interface, his eyes could not help but light up. The attribute bonus was very impressive, and his total attributes increased by 63 points. What was even more surprising was that there was a clear notification for intermediate strength in life. This talent had accompanied him for a very long time and provided him with a large amount of health. When the talent was upgraded the last time, Han Xiao guessed that he would need to use more genetic items without side effects to continue strengthening this talent. The Void Lord's core proved his guess. Although the effect of intermediate strength in life did not change and had not been upgraded, since there was a notification, it meant that his train of thought was correct. Han Xiao decided to make collecting rare materials of void species as a new mission. Han Xiao first sent Ames and the others back to Floating Dragon Island, and the return journey was very peaceful. After returning to Floating Dragon Island, the Blacklight Stealth stopped at the dock. Ames and the others walked down the gangway and turned to look at Han Xiao, who was beside the hatch. Han Xiao turned to look at Hela and the others, smiled, and said, "You two follow the Dragon Emperor and train well. I'm still waiting for you to help me." Aurora raised her hand and said with a serious face, "I'll definitely work hard." Hela opened her mouth, but did not know what to say. She suddenly realized that the two of them were going to be separated again. They would be training on the unfamiliar Floating Dragon Island and starting a new life. It might be a very long time before she saw Han Xiao again. Hela could not help but think of the time when she stayed in Blue Star and looked up at the stars. Her emotions could not help but become complicated. Hela knew that she did not know Han Xiao well. The chances of the two of them spending time together were actually very limited, and they spent more time apart than together. When the words reached her mouth, she hesitated and said softly, "Be careful." "Got it, I'm leaving." Han Shao waved his hand, and the hatch closed, covering his figure. The next moment, the spaceship took off and disappeared into the distance. Ames turned to the two sisters, stopped smiling, and said calmly, "Next, you two will start your official training. I'll be very strict." I couldn't ask for more. Hela took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, After leaving Floating Dragon Island, the Blacklight Stealth entered hyperdrive mode and flew toward planet Sunil. Going to the Sol Cluster to participate in the Tyrant's party had taken a lot of time. During this time, the Black Star Corps had been maintaining business, and the players had not encountered any major problems. Everything was normal. Not long ago, Haluz had sent news that after a few months of work by 200,000 players, the Sunils had finally made a breakthrough and eliminated a large number of prophecy stone mines. The strength of the psychic current had decreased significantly. According to this trend, they would be able to completely eliminate the threat of the catastrophe very soon and save the Sunils from this disaster. However, as they gradually dug deeper into the mines, they discovered some strange phenomena, and Haluz requested Han Shao to personally assist them. The inside story that he had learned from the Tyrant's party gave Han Shao quite a sense of urgency. He wanted to speed up the development of the Black Star Corps, so he decided to personally make a trip to planet Sunil to completely solve the Sunil's predicament. At the same time, he would also conduct an on-site inspection and prepare to build the third subbase. Chapter 605. Planet Sunil. The sky was a sapphire blue, and the pure white clouds were like floating ribbons. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a thin mist through the dense forest, and the lush green trees swayed like waves. The freshness of nature had not been buried yet. Green was a good color. Looking at the surface through the porthole, Han Shao could not help but feel refreshed. The Blacklight Stealth slowly landed in the military camp area outside of Forest City. Haluz had been waiting there for a long time with the Sunil upper echelons. In the distance, a large number of armored Sunil soldiers were patrolling. As soon as Han Shao walked down the porthole, Haluz rushed up and gave him a warm hug. "Black Star, you're finally here." Han Shao patted Haluz's shoulder and asked him to let go. Haluz excitedly introduced the Sunil upper echelons to Han Shao one by one. Both parties shook hands and greeted each other. The Sunil upper echelons were very respectful. Black Star's position in the galaxy was far higher than the entire Sunil race. Furthermore, Black Star had taken the initiative to help them solve the hidden danger of the planet. They would never forget this favor. After some introductions, they started to talk about serious matters. Han Shao asked, "How's the situation now?" "Great." Haluz was very excited. In the past few months, he was the clearest about the effect of the Black Star Corps. It had greatly improved the situation of the Sunils. As he spoke, Haluz opened his communicator, brought up the 3D map projection of planet Sunil, and explained in detail. The threat of the Sunils came from the beasts on the planet, and the cause of the catastrophe was the prophecy stone mines buried all over the planet. A quantitative change led to a qualitative change, and the mines formed a psychic current that stimulated the beasts on the mental level. Therefore, the first goal of the Sunils was to clear the prophecy stone mines on the planet. However, because of the dangers in the wild, exploration was very difficult. The Sunils only controlled a very small area and could not bear the cost of expanding their territory. This would sacrifice many young warriors. The Black Star Corps played a role in this. With the help of spaceships and vehicles, the 200,000 players who were not afraid of sacrifice discovered thousands of shallow prophecy stone mines in the past few months. The closer one was to the ore vein, the more obvious the psychic undercurrent would be. There were almost no wild beasts nearby, so the players could easily mine the ore vein and destroy all of the prophecy stones. According to the calculations of the Sunil Research Department, the strength of the psychic current on the planet had decreased significantly, and the interval between the catastrophes was very likely to be extended to more than 10 years. This meant that Sunil's situation was no longer urgent, and they had more time to recuperate. This result was announced to the entire race. The entire race erupted with unprecedented vitality, seeing hope. The situation of the race had obviously improved, and all the Sunil warriors were very excited. Among them, Haluz was the most excited. The race was his hometown, and the Black Star Corps was Sunil's benefactor. He was the one who connected the two parties. On one hand, he was excited about his decision back then, and, on the other hand, he was grateful for Black Star's help. Of course, this result was far from enough. Since they wanted to solve the problem, the Sunils naturally wanted to be more thorough. After hearing this, Han Shao asked, "What difficulties did you encounter in clearing the mineral veins?" As soon as this question was asked, everyone's expression darkened. Haluz said with a deep voice, "We made all sorts of guesses at the start, but we did not expect the resistance to be so severe." Han Shao was immediately curious. Judging from his tone, it seemed like even 200,000 players could not solve this problem. By the way, where did the mercenaries go? Why don't I see them? Han Shao looked around and did not see a single mercenary. Most of them are still exploring and fighting outside. In the wild, we built many camps to allow the mercenaries to get supplies outside and not have to return to Forest City. Now, only a small portion of the mercenaries are resting in Forest City, Haluz explained. So that's the case. This is normal. Han Shao nodded. It seemed like he had to find a reason to call the players back so that it would be easier for him to harvest EXP. Putting this thought aside for now, Han Shao stroked his chin and asked, "Then, what difficulties did you encounter?" It's like this. Shallow mineral veins are easy to clear, but there's also a huge amount of mineral veins underground. The amount might be a few times more than shallow mineral veins, and it's more difficult to mine them. We need bigger tools and more manpower, but this is not the main problem. Haluz sighed and projected an image. On it were a few types of beasts with strange shapes, but they had some characteristics of insects. This is... Han Shao frowned. As we dug deeper, we came to a completely different rock layer. We found traces of some strange monsters. Preliminary confirmation is that they are ancient underground beasts that have never come to the surface before. There's a huge population living underground on planet Sunil. Just a few nests that we found so far already have more than 100 million monsters. In the underground world that we have yet to explore, we don't know how many more there are. Haluz's tone was heavy. Maybe they're the real owners of this planet. Han Shao understood. The original mother planet of the Sunils had been destroyed, and they had migrated to this planet Sunil. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were guests who had taken over the nest. Due to the limited resources of their race, the Sunils did not explore deep underground. It was only today that they discovered that there was still a huge population living underground. These monsters were the natives of this planet. If not for the Black Star Corps, the Sunils would not have discovered that the planet they lived on still had a huge hidden danger. For some reason, these monsters built nests around the underground prophecy stone mines to indirectly protect the mines. They are very xenophobic, and their bodies are hard and agile. They also secrete corrosive mucus on the surface of their bodies. Their bodies are about the size of wild wolves. Dozens of underground exploration teams have already been wiped out. The underground is the home of the monsters. We can't use our full strength, so it's very difficult for us to fight. Protect the prophecy stone mines? Han Shao pondered. Most of the underground creatures were close to minerals with radiation and even ate them. However, the prophecy stone mines did not have radiation. Instead, they stimulated wild beasts to go crazy. Logically speaking, wild beasts would try their best to stay away from the prophecy stone mines. But these underground monsters actually built nests around the prophecy stone mines. At that moment, a word popped up in Han Zhao's mind. Mutation. Their race might have existed for thousands of years. Living creatures will change as they adapt to the environment. Over a long period of time, their genes will mutate. Think about it. The catastrophe will stimulate wild beasts all over the world to go crazy, but you have never encountered such monsters. This means that they have never gone crazy and left the underground. This means that they are used to the psychic current and are immune to this stimulation. They have extremely strong psychic resistance, Han Shao pondered. The Sunils were guests who had moved to this planet later on, and the prophecy stone had existed for countless years. During these countless years, they had no idea how much of an impact the prophecy stone had on the beasts of this planet. Haluz nodded. That's right. We call these underground monsters subterranean mutants. So, you summoning me means? Han Shao had a guess. Your Excellency Black Star, we would like to ask for your help. We need to kill all the subterranean mutants and take complete control of Planet Sunil. Only by killing these monsters will we be able to solve our current predicament. Furthermore, there are countless resources hidden underground. Only by eliminating the subterranean mutants will we be able to mine in peace. In order to completely eradicate the catastrophe, the only way was to destroy the underground mines. Then, the subterranean mutants all over the planet would be the biggest obstacle. Furthermore, they would have to mine the underground resources in the future, so the subterranean mutants would undoubtedly be a hindrance to their development. In terms of population, the subterranean mutants were probably hundreds or thousands of times more than the Sunils. The Sunils did not want to coexist with such a large number of species. As expected, thinking about the natural beauty that he had seen when he landed, Han Shao could not help but sigh. He looked at Haluz and asked, "What do you think?" "That's what I think too." Haluz had a firm expression. "All right. I hope you understand that the nature of this matter has changed," Han Shao said slowly. "This is a war employment. I will gather more spaceships and mercenaries." Great. Everyone was overjoyed. To ensure the transportation of people and resources, I need to immediately build a sub-base on Planet Sunil. Do you have any objections? No. Everyone shook their heads. After establishing a consensus, Han Shao walked to the side and called Philip. "Help me contact the Norios Financial Group and the Rassos Financial Group. I will be building a third sub-base on Planet Sunil in the Garden Star system. Help me list out the resources and send it to these two financial groups. Use their channels. Summon all 200,000 mercenaries on Planet Sunil and have them gather in Forest City. I need them to build a base. Also, send out an army recruitment. The recruitment destination is Planet Sunil. The target is all Black Star mercenaries." After receiving a series of orders, Philip responded. "Order confirmed." Han Shao did not stop there. Through the faction interface, he directly issued a new mission to all the players. Army expansion, third base. At the same time, in a camp in the wilderness of Planet Sunil, the Sunil soldiers patrolled the perimeter. In the camp, many players had set up stalls, and some players were recruiting players to form teams. Many players were stationed in every camp. Near the camps were mission points and exploration points. The players stayed in the camps to replenish their supplies, forming an ecosystem unique to the players. Maple Moon sat in a corner with a repair symbol above her head. She had set up a stall to repair equipment, and her business was endless. Back then, she had chosen to follow the crowd and come to Planet Sunil. As a casual player, she did not like fighting and killing. She had always felt that mechanic was the most suitable class for her. In version 1.0, she had followed Black Star for a long time and accumulated many benefits. Her abilities were more outstanding than other mechanics, and her ability to repair and create equipment was clearly better than many players of the same class. She was one of the best. Although she did not receive special treatment from Black Star in version 2.0, with her leading advantage, Maple Moon's business had always been very good. Other players were more willing to repair and buy equipment from her, allowing her to earn a lot of money. She had more resources to improve her own strength, forming a virtuous cycle. However, Maple Moon rarely fought. Compared to PK, she enjoyed storylines more. The Sunil's employment was very much to her liking. Saving this race in danger and receiving the gratitude of the Sunils made her very happy. There were many players like Maple Moon who were interested in storylines, and to these players, benefits were secondary. They wanted a good story more than anything else. The management strategy that Han Shao had set for the Black Star Army was to let the players experience different storylines through employment. The Sunil players were an example, and their stories would become the deeds of the army. At this time, Maple Moon realized that the players on the street had all stopped at the same time and opened their interfaces. Seeing this, she knew that something big had happened and hurriedly checked her interface. The mission to build Base 3 that Han Xiao had released immediately jumped into her eyes. Black Star has come to Sunil too? Strange, the mission of the Sunil rescue operation hasn't been completed yet, but he can already build Base 3? Who cares? It's a good thing that we can build a new base. The players discussed and left in groups, heading toward Forest City. The camp suddenly became empty. Most of the players had already put themselves in the shoes of the Black Star Corps. The expansion of the faction was due to the players, and they felt that their performance in Sunil had allowed the faction to grow. They immediately felt proud. Every time the faction expanded, the players would feel a sense of fulfillment. Han Zhao's method of creating a sense of belonging was very effective. Chapter 606. The location of base number 3 was not far from Forest City. After the 200,000 players in the wild received the construction mission, they all returned. With spaceships to pick them up, they were quickly assembled. Outside Forest City, the 200,000 players were densely packed and noisy. Their eyes were all focused on Han Xiao. Han Xiao borrowed the Dragon Emperor's cool outfit again, sitting on a mechanical throne and floating in the air. It was not that he wanted to look cool, but with so many players, they would not be able to see him unless they were in the sky. Han Xiao had not come into close contact with the players for a while, so he roughly observed them. The 200,000 players who had stayed on planet Sunil for a few months had obviously changed their outfits. They could be roughly divided into 3 types of people. The first type wore heavy armor, mostly Sunil soldier armor, and some war worker bee armor. It was worth mentioning that the Sunil series armor of these players were all products of the army. The Sunil people obviously knew that Han Xiao had stolen their blueprints, but even if they knew, it would be useless. The second type of players did not wear armor. They only made up about 1/10 of the total. Han Technician did not know if they were poor or not. Even if they were pugilists or espers, there was no harm in buying a set of armor. Even the vanguard officials of Bloodshed Land had to wear special armor. However, although this type of players did not have armor, they still had some mechanical equipment on them, such as firearms, melee mechanical weapons, shield generators, and so on. The third type of players also did not wear armor. They wore nuclear-powered flying backpacks. One look, and one could tell that they were in the art world. All in all the players were using the products of the Black Star Corps. Their equipment had already been updated and looked brand new. Now, these players looked a little like Black Star troopers. However, in Han Zhao's eyes, it was more like a field of green leeks. Planet Sunil was a resource land for NPCs. After letting the 200,000 players grow here for a few months, they had accumulated a lot of resources. Every leek was growing well and was full of nutrients. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Han Xiao coughed, put on a serious expression, and said with a deep voice, "Due to the results of your work, the Sunil people's predicament has been alleviated. However, new obstacles have appeared in this mission, and we need more help. Therefore, the original plan has been brought forward. We will build the 3rd base on this planet as a stronghold." Philip has already sent the specific location to everyone's communicators. The construction of the new base will require everyone's help. Han Xiao roughly explained the situation, and the players did not have any objections. They followed him to the designated location of the base and started clearing the trees and leveling the terrain. Army expansion. 3rd base was a faction series mission and included a lot of construction work that required the players to complete. Every submission rewarded EXP and faction contribution points. The players were very enthusiastic, not only because of the rewards, but also because they could participate in the construction of the new base and contribute to the growth of the faction. The construction of the 3rd base was also for their own benefit. A new stronghold meant that the army would store a lot of resources in the 3rd base. At that time, the players would not need to pre-order faction products, but could pick them up directly from the 3rd base. Furthermore, because the missions could only be accepted after returning to the base, other than the Golden Gate base and the Blue Star base. There was another place for the players to accept missions or stay. This was the new stronghold of the Black Star Corps in the vast universe. Han Shao notified the Galactic Construction Team that he had been working with for a long time. They would arrive at Planet Senil in a few days. However, the construction team was only building the buildings. The specific facilities still needed to be completed by his own people. Gathering 200,000 players could greatly increase the construction speed of the third base. Furthermore, the Norio's Financial Group and Araso's Financial Group had both provided some help and obtained a large amount of resources through their channels. Han Shao did a rough calculation. The two financial backers had saved him about 600,000 anus. This time, he was prepared to invest 2,700,000 anus to build the third base. The total assets in his account were close to 50 million anus, so he could easily afford this expenditure. Thinking back to a year and a half ago, he had only borrowed 3 to 4 million anus, and it took him more than half a year to build the first base. In less than 2 years, his assets had multiplied by more than 10 times. The speed of development was very impressive. The players were very efficient. Not long after, a large piece of flat land appeared in the forest. As the construction materials had not been shipped over yet, the players were temporarily unable to start work after the land was flattened. The dozens of battleships that were on standby on Planet Senil were all moved over, forming a temporary camp. The players gathered there, and so did Han Shao. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the players all found Han Shao wanting to learn skills. Most of them were mechanics. After not seeing Black Star for a few months, they were finally able to get some rain after a long drought. This was exactly what Han Shao wanted. He had planned long ago not to sell knowledge, but blueprints this time. He had a talent from his scholar subclass, research theory. The effect of this talent was to increase intelligence by 1 point for every 3 skills. Currently, it provided about 300 points of intelligence. This meant that Han Shao now had close to 1,000 blueprints and skills, which cost him a lot of EXP. To the players, this was an astronomical figure. Selling a portion of the low-grade blueprints did not affect him much. Han Shao released dozens of low-grade machinery blueprints in one go. The players were basically all above level 70. At this level, low-grade blueprints were no longer rare, and the players could fuse them on their own. However, due to the variety of knowledge combinations, every mechanic player was unable to fuse the blueprints they needed, and the blueprints they knew were all different. However, he directly sold all kinds of blueprints, indirectly helping the players escape the bottomless pit of blueprints gambling. Looking at the dazzling array of blueprints, the eyes of the mechanic players lit up. After working on Planet Senil for a few months, these players did not lack EXP. Although the blueprints Han Shao gave them were not very technical, they covered all kinds of aspects: firearms, explosives, mechanical troops, shields, mechanical suits, energy sources, vehicles, and so on. Blueprints gambling was very dependent on luck, and there was only one mechanic player who was equally well-rounded. Therefore, every player could find blueprints that were useful to them and make up for their shortcomings. Han Shao was not worried that the mechanic players would affect the sales of the Black Star Corps after learning the blueprints. In terms of cost, the players would definitely not be able to compete with the mass production line, and they would not be able to achieve the characteristics of the Army's products at a low price. Furthermore, they could accumulate contribution points by spending money in the Army. Furthermore, Han Shao did not sell blueprints for faction products. What he sold were similar machines that were half a grade lower. In fact, Han Zhao's development plan also included joining the material industry and selling raw materials to the players to earn another sum of money. While expanding the business of the Black Star Corps, it would also make things convenient for the players, allowing them to purchase the materials they needed directly from the faction store. Among the 200,000 players, there were 50,000 to 60,000 mechanic players. They excitedly learned the blueprints, and most of them learned more than one type. Han Zhao's EXP storage quickly filled up, quickly breaking through the 1 billion mark, and it was still increasing rapidly. At this time, the players also realized that other than the low-level blueprints, there was also a high-level blueprint that made their hearts pound. Void Dragon Mechanical Suit. This is a God-grade blueprint. What the F asterisk CK, this is amazing. The mechanic players were overjoyed. They looked at the price, which required 60 EXP and 2,000 anus. Many of them showed a pained expression, but the Void Dragon Mechanical Suit's OP parameters were like a sexy girl in revealing clothes, constantly telling the players to come face to face with it. In the eyes of the players, the attributes of the Void Dragon Mechanical Suit were undoubtedly God-grade equipment. A portion of the players who could afford it hesitated for a while before gritting their teeth and learning it. Seeing this, Han Xiao had a subtle smile on his face. Although this blueprint was high level, he already had the Berserk Ape, so he did not need the Void Dragon Mechanical Suit anymore. It was just right to sell it to the players. The difficulty of creating the Void Dragon Mechanical Suit was extremely high, and the players could only barely succeed when they were above level 90. Furthermore, the core material was the Void Dragon Bone, which was what Han Xiao valued the most. Even if the players really managed to create it, it could not be replicated. What? You want to mass-produce it? Sure, I'll just have to ask Ames for a floating dragon mechanical suit. I should be able to experience a way to die. Within 1 or 2 versions, the chances of the players being able to create it were extremely slim. If they bought it back, they would only be able to look at it. That was impossible. From the perspective of the players, the most suitable mechanical suit blueprint for their current situation was actually the Amphiptera that Han Xiao had eliminated long ago. With the current ability of the mechanic class players, it was possible to create the Amphiptera, and the cost was also within control. Once the Amphiptera blueprint was sold, this single mechanical suit would quickly become popular among the players, and the average strength of the players would greatly increase. However, it was precisely because of this that Han Xiao did not want to sell the Amphiptera. If the players were able to obtain it in one go, how would they be able to use the Sunil series armor to harvest leaks? Therefore, Han Technician chose to teach the Void Dragon Mechanical Suit blueprint, painting a big pie for the players. A person without dreams was no different from a salted fish, and dreams could be used to obtain a wave of benefits. However, he did not want to scam the players too badly. At least, the selling price of the Void Dragon Mechanical Suit blueprint was far lower than its actual value. Logically speaking, a mechanical suit blueprint of this level could be sold for hundreds of thousands of anas in the galaxy. After this round of harvest, Han Zhao's experience skyrocketed again, easily exceeding 3 billion. He could not help but smile. Maple Moon also learned the Void Dragon Mechanical Suit blueprint, quickly browsing through the materials and muttering, Void Dragon Bone. This looks familiar. Isn't this a specialty of Floating Dragon? As a player who had followed Han Xiao since version 1.0, Maple Moon had personally been to Floating Dragon Island. She was the first mechanic player present who had a clue. This lasted for half a day, and when night fell, the mechanic class players finally dispersed and returned with a full harvest. Han Zhao's experience reserve had reached 9 billion. The price of low-level blueprints was around 40,000, and there were around 50,000 to 60,000 mechanic class players. Each time, they would not only buy one blueprint, but there were also a few thousand who bought the Void Dragon mechanical suit. In total, Han Xiao obtained about 9 billion experience. This is quite a haul. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. He had exchanged some blueprints that he did not need for a large amount of experience. It was quite worth it. With enough experience, Han Xiao did not waste any time. He returned to the spaceship's training room, opened the interface, and invested 3 billion experience, leveling up 3 times. Virtual Mechanic has been leveled up to LV20 Max, plus 350 energy, plus 3 DX, plus 3 END, plus 6 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. Main class level has reached the upper limit. You may continue to level up after completing the class advancement requirements. Class advancement requirements. Intelligence greater than 1,300. Machinery affinity greater than 0%. Active skill bonus not included. I got the random attribute requirement. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Normal players had a lot of different attribute points, and it was often difficult for them to meet the class advancement requirements. They would be forced to learn a secondary class. However, to Han Zhao, this class advancement requirement was the easiest. The class advancement requirements for the main class were mostly related to the characteristics of the class itself. For core attributes like intelligence and machinery affinity, Han Zhao had always exceeded the normal standards of his current level. As for intelligence, he threw in all the free attribute points he had just obtained. Its basic value had reached 1,536 points, which had already exceeded the class advancement requirements. Together with the plus 10% bonus from the Calamity grade and more than 300 points from research theory, his actual intelligence value was close to 2,000 points. His basic machinery affinity, together with talents and passive skills, was 686%, which also exceeded the class advancement requirements. This meant that Han Zhao did not need to learn a new secondary class. His own attributes had already met the class advancement requirements. Wow, my luck has changed recently. Han Zhao rubbed his hands excitedly. Could it be that the effect of touching Fu Ding was permanent? Since he met the requirements, Han Zhao did not hesitate and directly invested in his experience. He leveled up once more and completed the class advancement. He felt a sharp pain in his brain, and he gained many new insights. Prerequisites for class change completed. You have received a new class, Galaxy Mechanic LV1. Plus 180 energy, plus 1 STR, plus 3 DX, plus 3 Yendi, plus 8 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have learned the ability Master Machinery Affinity. You have learned the ability Ultra Fast Virtual Intrusion. You have learned the ability Quantum Network Matrix. You have received the talent Machinery Theory Summary. The effect of your talent, Virtual Technology Mastery, has been strengthened. The effect of your talent, Artificial Defense Enhancement, has been strengthened. Chapter 607. Galaxy Mechanic was the advanced stage of the mechanic class. At this level, one could already be called a master. The level limit of this stage was increased by 5, and the maximum level was LV25. According to Han Zhao's memories, most mechanic players in his previous life had entered Grade A at the Galaxy Mechanic stage. The new class was called Galaxy Mechanic. The machines it built were even more powerful, and the range of applications gradually transitioned from small situations to galactic wars. The specific enhancement was the ability to build even more powerful mechanical weapons. For example, Carol was a Galaxy Mechanic, and the Ship Destroyer Giant Soldier was the blueprint he came up with during his Galaxy Mechanic stage. In the end, it was given to Han Zhao. From the perspective of the players, this enhancement was reflected in the fusion of blueprints. Class advancement to Galaxy Mechanic was the prerequisite for higher-level blueprints, and the previous knowledge combinations would unlock more blueprints. In terms of skills, Galaxy Mechanic would strengthen the specialization he chose in the previous stage, greatly enhancing Han Zhao's virtual technology skills. The related skills and talents were strengthened, and he also obtained 2 new virtual technology skills. Ultra-fast virtual intrusion, as the name suggested, greatly increased the speed of the intrusion, but the price was that the duration of the authorization was shortened. Quantum Network Matrix was a core skill with 2 effects. The first was that the range of the intrusion would be greatly increased. Range was an important attribute of virtual technology. Face-to-face intrusion and intrusion across an entire star system were 2 completely different realms. The quantum network was everywhere, and the level of virtual technology determined the extent to which a mechanic could use the quantum network. Han Zhao's range had greatly increased, but it was still very far away from the terrifying range of a star system. Only a beyond grade a mechanic like Mecha Empire, Manison had such a terrifying range that could cross star systems and even star clusters. The second effect of this skill was a virtual intrusion version of sputtering. For example, if the targets of the intrusion were 2 independent artificial intelligences, but the two of them were exchanging data and information in real time. Then if one of the artificial intelligences was invaded through the information exchange between the two of them, there would be an indirect intrusion effect. It was similar to how computers spread viruses, equivalent to AE-type virtual intrusion attacks. But the detection of an indirect intrusion would be much more difficult. As for master machinery affinity, it was needless to say, when it was maxed out, it would give him a 75% increase in machinery affinity effect. It was a practical skill. The last one, machinery theory summary, was a talent. Like machinery analytical comprehension, it was one of the core abilities of the mechanic class. Its effect was to convert intelligence into machinery affinity. The conversion ratio was 30 intelligence equals 2% machinery affinity. As the main class continued to level up, the increase in strength from the core attributes of the class became more and more obvious. That was why Han Xiao had put all his points into intelligence. Level 146, Han Xiao thought about it and decided not to continue leveling up. He maxed out his new skills and saved the remaining billions of experience points. Class advancement was a watershed, which was why there was an obvious increase in combat power. However, the benefits of leveling up after that would not be high. If he wanted to reach level 160, he would need a huge amount of experience, and the little stock he had on hand was far from enough. He might as well keep it to level up his skills and get more potential points. What he lacked the most now was potential points, and he only had a single digit left. With energy flowing through his body like a torrent, Han Xiao could feel the obvious changes in his body. His senses were clearer, and he gently touched the compressed orb. The structure of machinery subconsciously appeared in his mind, and his understanding of machinery became deeper. After feeling it for a while, Han Xiaoxin left the training room with satisfaction. Only then did he see a message from Herluz inviting him to join the pre-battle meeting to discuss how to deal with the subterranean mutants. Han Xiao could not help but shake his head. Chapter 608. Galaxy Mechanic was the advanced stage of the mechanic class. At this level, one could be called a master. The level limit of this stage was increased by 5 levels, and the maximum level was 25. According to Han Zhao's memories, in his previous life, most of the mechanic class players had entered grade A at the Galaxy Mechanic stage. The new class was called Galaxy Mechanic, and the machines it built were much stronger. Its range of application gradually transitioned from small situations to galactic wars, and it was much more sophisticated. The specific enhancement was the ability to build stronger mechanical weapons. For example, Carol was a Galaxy Mechanic, and the Ship Destroyer Giant Soldier was the blueprint he came up with during his Galaxy Mechanic stage. In the end, it was given to Han Xiao. From the perspective of the players, this enhancement was reflected in the blueprint fusion. The class advancement to Galaxy Mechanic was the prerequisite for the blueprints of higher stages, and the previous knowledge combinations would unlock more blueprints. In terms of abilities, Galaxy Mechanic would strengthen the specialization chosen in the previous stage, which greatly enhanced Han Zhao's virtual technology. At the same time, he also obtained 2 new virtual technology abilities. Ultra-fast virtual intrusion, as the name suggested, greatly increased the speed of the intrusion, but the price was that the duration of the authorization was shortened. Quantum Network Matrix was a core ability with 2 effects. The first was that the range of the intrusion would be greatly increased. Range was an important attribute of virtual technology. Face-to-face invasion and invasion across an entire star system were clearly 2 completely different realms. The quantum network was everywhere, and the level of virtual technology determined the extent to which a mechanic could use the quantum network. Han Zhao's range had greatly increased, but it was still a long way from the terrifying range of a star system. Only a beyond grade a mechanic like Mecha Empire. Manison had such a terrifying range, which could cross star system and even star cluster invasions. The second effect of this ability was the virtual intrusion version of sputtering. For example, if the targets of the intrusion were 2 independent artificial intelligences, but the 2 were exchanging data and information in real time. Then if one of the artificial intelligences was invaded, through the information exchange between the two, the effect of indirect intrusion would be produced. It was similar to the mechanism of a computer virus, equivalent to an AoE type of virtual intrusion attack, but the detection of indirect intrusion would be much more difficult. As for Master Machinery Affinity, it was needless to say. When it was maxed out, it would give him a 75% increase in Machinery Affinity effect. It was a practical skill. The last one, Machinery Theory Summary, was a talent. Like Machinery Analytical Comprehension, it was one of the core abilities of the mechanic class. Its effect was to convert intelligence into machinery affinity. The conversion ratio was 0 intelligence equals 2% machinery affinity. As the main class continued to level up, the increase in strength from the core attributes of the class became more and more obvious. That was why Han Xiao had put all his points into intelligence. Level 146, Han Xiao thought about it and decided not to continue leveling up. He maxed out his new skills and saved the remaining billions of experience points. Class advancement was a watershed, which was why there was an obvious increase in combat power. However, the benefits of leveling up after that would not be high. If he wanted to reach level 160, he would need a huge amount of experience, and the little stock he had on hand was far from enough. He might as well keep it to level up his skills and get more potential points. What he lacked the most now was potential points, and he only had a single digit left. With energy flowing through his body like a torrent, Han Xiao could feel the obvious changes in his body. His senses were clearer. He gently touched the compressed orb, and the structure of machinery subconsciously appeared in his mind. He had a deeper understanding of machinery. After feeling it for a while, Han Xiaoxin left the training room with satisfaction. Only then did he see the message from Herluz, inviting him to join the pre-battle meeting to discuss how to deal with the subterranean mutants. Chapter 609. Han Xiao looked into Herluz's eyes and saw nervousness and hesitation. He seemed to care a lot about Herluz's answer. Han Xiao suddenly felt a little emotional. Ever since he became a Calamity grade, his prestige in the eyes of the Grade B officers had been increasing day by day. He had interacted with Herluz for a few years and understood Herluz's personality quite well. Herluz had been decadent for many years before he started to serve his race. Compared to those Sunil warriors who had suffered so much, he was not as decisive and had more thoughts. In Han Zhao's previous life, Herluz had been able to die fighting against the Calamity. His experience now was different from his previous life, so his mentality had naturally changed. You're thinking too much. There are not so many moral constraints in the battle for survival. It's all about the difference in standpoints. If I don't help, the Sunils will be finished. Didn't you hire me to avoid this? Han Xiao patted Herluz's shoulder and said, Indeed, the Sunils are outsiders, and the subterranean mutants are innocent. They did not do anything wrong, but the law of the jungle is an eternal rule. The subterranean mutants are hindering the survival of the Sunils. Since you have no other choice, don't sympathize with your enemy. I know, but what difference is there between us and Darkstar? Herluz wanted to say something, but stopped. Sunil's mother planet had been invaded and destroyed by Darkstar. They were also victims, but now they had become invaders like Darkstar. This change in role made Herluz's feelings indescribable. Sunil is not Darkstar. Darkstar destroys for the sake of destruction, but you are doing it to continue your race. Your motives are different. This is a battle for survival between races. Since you, Sunil, can't move, your only goal is to destroy your natural enemies. There is only a difference between the strong and the weak, not right or wrong. Don't feel too guilty, Han Xiao paused and added. If the subterranean mutants paid me to chase away the Sunils, I might have stood on their side. You don't want me to chase away your race, right? As a chaotic neutral and a very professional mercenary, this kind of problem was not a problem at all. He had no intention of criticizing Sunil's actions. In every corner of the universe, the drama of fighting for survival resources was played out every day. Every second, a large number of species were born or died. Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Survival was the first need. Haluz smiled helplessly. Han Zhao's attitude made him feel relieved. It was good that Black Star did not hate him because of this. Stop chatting, let's get started. Serene was impatient. His tone was cold as he jumped into the hole. Seeing this, Haluz sighed and jumped down as well. Han Zhao activated the Berserk Ape Mech and followed closely behind. The three of them flew down for a while, and the hole gradually disappeared. Their field of vision was pitch black, and there was no light source. Han Zhao turned on his night vision goggles. When they were a few thousand meters below the surface, the three of them finally reached the end of the hole and stepped onto flat ground. In front of them was a pitch-black underground space. The tunnels were complicated and twisted like a beast's path. There were a few prophecy stone mines nearby, and there were a few subterranean mutant nests. The Sunils had only officially discovered the existence of the subterranean mutants when they dug here. They had lost some exploration teams, so they stopped digging. Only around the hole were traces of man-made excavation. Further away was the world of the subterranean mutants. It was huge, and just the area that they had discovered was far larger than Forest City. God knew how many years it had taken the subterranean mutants to create such a majestic underground world. The temperature at this depth was very high, and it was rich in geothermal energy. Han Zhao turned on his life detection radar, and a nest in the distance was filled with dense light spots. The light spots represented the subterranean mutants, and their numbers were terrifying. Just one nest alone had tens of millions of subterranean mutants. Sunil had given these nests a number, and they were going to the closest nest, nest number 1. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the underground world. Planet Sunil was huge, and there were countless nests that had not been discovered. The number of subterranean mutants was in the hundreds of millions, and they were the undisputed masters of this planet. The nests spread out with the prophecy stone mine as the center. The light spots around the mine were the densest, just like the city center. After following the guidance of the radar for a while, the three of them approached the periphery of the nest. The corrosive mucus of the subterranean mutants gradually appeared on the ground and walls, and it had long become a thick colloidal carpet. It was very thick and tough to the touch. Beep, beep this time, the radar suddenly alerted them that there were more than 10 mutants passing by. Han Zhao turned on his long-range vision and locked onto these mutants. Han Zhao accelerated and approached the mutants instantly. His movements created a series of afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, the dozen mutants were all beaten to the ground. In front of the absolute strength of a calamity grade, there was no suspense in the battle. Haluz and Serene followed and controlled these mutants. Their mission was to be the coolies. The subterranean mutants were more than a meter long and had some of the characteristics of the Zerg race. Their carapace protected their muscles, and there were fine hairs between the gaps, oozing mucus. Their heads were very small, and they did not have eyes at all. They only had 4 flexible tentacles, and their mouths were full of sharp teeth. They ate rocks as food, and they had 4 muscular legs that could run and jump. They were vertebrates, and they had a hard carapace tail with a shovel-shaped bone at the end. We've caught the samples. Shall we go back? Haluz whispered. You guys go first. I'll go take a look deeper into the nest. Han Zhao waved his hands. The two of them naturally did not have any objections. They did not need to worry about Han Zhao's combat ability, and they obediently took the subterranean mutants back the way they came. Han Zhao was the only one left. He looked at the battle information just now, and the attributes of the subterranean mutants appeared before his eyes. Their average level was between 30 to 40, and they were beast-type creatures. All of them had psionic resistance talents. Other than that, there were no other highlights. Their psionic resistance is indeed very high. They won't be affected by the prophecy stone. Han Zhao nodded. Next, he needed to find out why the subterranean mutants lived near the prophecy stone. After activating the stealth function, Han Zhao moved quickly into the depths of a nest and started to encounter subterranean mutants frequently. However, the Berserk ape stealth was naturally not something the subterranean mutants could discover, so his journey was smooth. The closer he got to the center of the nest, the larger the subterranean mutants' bodies became. They gradually grew from 1 meter long to 3 or 4 meters long, and their carapaces became thicker. Han Xiao suddenly noticed that there were crooked scratches on one of the walls, forming a picture of unknown meaning. He looked at it carefully and confirmed that it was a mural carved by the subterranean mutants with their tails. Is this a form of recording? The subterranean mutants' language? Han Xiaoxin's mind moved. The appearance of a recording method often meant that civilization was beginning to sprout. Are the subterranean mutants transitioning from wild beasts to intelligent species? This thought flashed through his mind, and Han Xiao continued forward. Soon, he arrived near the Prophecy Stone mine. He discovered that there were no signs of mining at all. It was as if the subterranean mutants had never used the Prophecy Stone and were only guarding the mine. Are the subterranean mutants only fond of the Prophecy Stone's psionic radiation? Han Xiao was a little curious. He suddenly had the idea of destroying the mine to test the subterranean mutants' reaction. Han Xiao deactivated his stealth and released the Watcher instrument, bombarding this small mine. Boom! Explosions rang out continuously, and the tunnel started to shake rapidly. The next moment, the radar showed that all the subterranean mutants in the nest seemed to have gone crazy and were crazily converging toward this location. The surging tide of subterranean mutants rushed over, sealing off all the space. Han Xiao was not in a hurry. He set the Watcher instrument to an explosive attack, firing freely. Beams of light shot out, exploding in the midst of the subterranean mutants. The powerful force easily tore apart the subterranean mutants. The subterranean mutants were endless, wave after wave, but none of them could reach Han Xiao. They were all smashed into minced meat, piling up higher and higher. Han Xiao strolled around casually. The huge difference in strength made the number of subterranean mutants meaningless. Although there was no danger, this phenomenon made Han Xiao realize a problem. Why is it that when I destroy the Prophecy Stone mine, the entire nest will go berserk and charge toward me? This phenomenon is a bit like hitting a life form's vital point. Han Xiao's eyes flickered as he guessed. Going berserk means that the nest has a collective consciousness. Perhaps the subterranean mutants' method of communication is mental waves, and the entire nest has formed a collective mental network. The Prophecy Stones happen to have mental radiation, which has affected the subterranean mutants for many years, causing their mental strength to evolve. Perhaps the subterranean mutants are using the Prophecy Stones to maintain their mental network? Therefore, the subterranean mutants are using the Prophecy Stone mine as a tool, a communication base. This can explain why the subterranean mutants would build a nest near the Prophecy Stone mine. Perhaps tribes are more appropriate. An underground mine can only allow one subterranean mutant tribe to exist. Every tribe is a closed ecosystem, and the Prophecy Stone mine is the external organ of the subterranean mutants. This type of racial characteristic, why is it so similar to the World Tree civilization? Suddenly, Han Xiao felt slightly dizzy, and notifications popped up on his interface. You have received a mental attack. The level difference is too large. You are immune to this attack. Assessing the negative effect. Assessment passed. You are immune to the confusion status. They even have mental attacks. Han Xiao was shocked. He immediately checked the combat information and realized that ordinary subterranean mutants did not have such an ability, but those 3 to 4 meter tall elite mutants all had the mental confusion skill. The level difference was too large, and Han Xiao also had advanced mental resilience resistance. Most of the mental attacks of the elite mutants were ineffective, but there were a few attacks that passed the assessment and confused his mind. Han Xiao became alert. Mental attacks countered his health and mana exchange. He did not stay any longer, and the Berserk Ape instantly activated. He turned into a black streak of light and smashed a bloody path through the beast's tide, leaving behind a trail of blood. He followed the path back to the entrance of the cave. The Calamity Grade's lethality was shocking, and he killed thousands of subterranean mutants in a short period of time. As long as Han Xiao had enough time, it would not be difficult for him to wipe out all the subterranean mutants by himself. Unfortunately, the level difference was too large, and he only received 1 point of experience. Even if he killed 10 million subterranean mutants alone, he would only receive 1,000 experience. However, to the players, killing was a way to level up quickly. In his previous life, there were players who did this and ended up with countless bounties. They could use up all their revival times every day. They were even more suicidal than the Han technician. After collecting a lot of information, Han Shao ascended through the cave and flew back to the surface. He immediately saw Haluz and Han Shao waiting for him at the edge of the cave. The dozen or so subterranean mutants that they had captured alive were already locked in cages. Blackstar, what did you find? Haluz smelled the thick scent of blood. There's a lot of interesting information. Let's talk about it when we get back. The three of them boarded the spaceship and returned to Forest City. The Sunil Research Department was already waiting for them, and they successfully handed over the captured subterranean mutants. Han Shao told the Sunil Research Department about his findings, such as the signs of a budding civilization of the subterranean mutants, the effects of the Prophecy Stone Mine, and so on. This trip had easily completed a few small objectives of the Sunil main storyline mission, especially the Slaughterer mission. He had received a few million experience, and his mission rating had significantly increased. Next, he would wait for the Sunil Research Department to complete their research on the subterranean mutants and for the Galactic Engineering Team to arrive to build Base 3. After these 2 points were completed, he could officially clear out the subterranean mutants. At the same time, in Nest 1, right after Han Shao left, the subterranean mutants collected all the corpses and piled them together. The scene was extremely bloody. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would very likely vomit. Countless tentacles of the subterranean mutants waved crazily, as if they were communicating silently. After a while, all the subterranean mutants seemed to have come to a consensus. They all gathered in the mine area and lowered their bodies as if they were worshipping the mine like an ancient totem. Then, all the subterranean mutants suddenly started to use their shovel-shaped tails to dig out piles of raw prophecy stones. They piled them together and protected them tightly. A few hundred subterranean mutants wanted to eat the raw prophecy stones, but they were attacked by their companions and quickly killed. The subterranean mutants' digging speed was very fast, and they had a large number of them. Not long after, the huge mine was completely excavated and all the prophecy stones were dug out. The 3 to 4 meter tall elite mutants moved the huge pieces of prophecy stones, forming a huge team that was protected by countless other elite mutants in the center. Then, this subterranean mutant tribe that numbered in the tens of millions abandoned their original nest and started to move far away. During this time, there were some porters that tried to eat the prophecy stones but were also beaten to death. Their companions tore open their bodies, dug out the undigested prophecy stones from their stomachs, and continued to move. Chapter 610. A few days later, the Galactic Construction Team finally arrived at Sunil, and the temporary camp of the players finally completed its beautiful transformation. The blueprint of Base Number 3 was improved on the foundation of Base Number 1, and the construction team showed off their capabilities, using advanced construction equipment to quickly build the foundation and houses. The players were put to good use, and they worked hard to contribute to the expansion and construction of the Black Star Corps. Together with the construction team, the construction efficiency of Base Number 3 was shockingly high. More members of the Black Star Corps responded to the call and gathered on planet Sunil. Aroshia, Reynold, Sylvia, Jeanette, Harmon, and the other officers all arrived, bringing thousands of mercenaries with them. The other hundreds of thousands of players who were working outside also arrived one after another. So far, the number of players on planet Sunil had increased to 280,000. Sunil had issued a Grade A mission, which made the players extremely excited. So far, all the Grade A missions that the players had seen were main storyline missions, and the upcoming war between Sunil and the subterranean mutants was also treated as a new main storyline by the players. Ever since entering the galaxy, the players had not experienced a major event that could be considered a new main storyline, and the Black Star Corps was the guiding faction, the backbone in the eyes of the players. Everyone thought that following the Black Star Corps was the key to starting the next phase of the storyline, and the current situation had proven their thoughts. Because of the Black Star Corps, there was a main storyline for Sunil. This was a storyline brought about by the faction, and the players could see the greater potential of the Black Star Corps. This meant that they could grow with the faction and trigger more main storylines. Due to the nature of the Black Star Corps' work with Sunil, there would definitely be other main storylines, and the future would be bright. Realizing this, countless players were extremely excited, imagining the possibilities of the faction's future. They could not help but feel an itch in their hearts. Maybe the true advantage of being born in Blue Star was being able to join such a great faction like the Black Star Corps. Han Xiao had always been paying attention to the players' movements. Group activities helped to increase cohesion, and main storyline missions like Sunil's could make the players feel a sense of belonging. Han Xiao remembered that there were many large grade A missions on planets, and this was part of his plan. As long as they completed the Sunil experiment, the players would be able to receive a main storyline every once in a while. In the meeting room, all the officers were gathered. This was the first time in a few months that all the officers had been recruited to participate in this mission. They had also brought along more than half of the Army's spaceships and a huge amount of resources. Han Xiao sat at the head of the table and projected the information on the table to explain the situation. The Sunil's research on the physiological structure of the subterranean mutants has yielded results. The subterranean mutants have a certain level of intelligence, and the tentacles on their heads are important organs for sensing the outside world. They release weak psychic energy to detect the outside world and provide feedback for the brain. In other words, the tentacles are their eyes. Leonard interrupted and nodded slowly. Psychic sensing creatures? Such a race has great potential. Everyone glanced at him but did not say anything. Han Xiao continued. There are two ways for the subterranean mutants to communicate. The first is when their tentacles touch, and two mutants can communicate mentally. The second is when the subterranean mutants are near a certain number of prophecy stones. They can perform a wide-area mental connection and communicate with all of their kind within range. The number of prophecy stones determines the range of the mental connection. Other than that, the subterranean mutants have a weakness. They seem to be very afraid of ultraviolet rays. Research shows that normal sunlight can burn them. This is both good news and bad news. It means that we can't lure the subterranean mutants to the surface. Therefore, we have two countermeasures. First, send mercenaries to fight underground and slowly eliminate the mutants. Second, we will try to create a large-scale biochemical weapon against the subterranean mutants. Yeching, I'll leave this mission to you. Han Xiao quickly explained the situation and started to assign tasks. He had a pharmacist under him, so he could not be bothered to spend more money to consult the various pharmaceutical research institutes. Humph, you only think of me when you have a problem. Don't look for me when you have nothing to do. Let me tell you, I like saving people now. Don't look for me for poison research. I want to be a good person. Yeching crossed her arms and turned her head to express her dissatisfaction. Han Xiao glanced at her and said, I've approved the research funding you applied for last time. Don't worry, I'll definitely create the poison for you. Emerald Grass instantly changed her words. She had no integrity at all. Han Xiao rolled his eyes and turned to Fu Ding. He put on a smile and said, Fu Ding, I want your help to detect the subterranean mutants' mental network. Help us understand their communication status and see if you can mislead them. As the subterranean mutants used mental communication, this was where psychics came in handy. So, this is why you call me over? Fu Ding shook his head helplessly. I refused to help. He was not a mercenary, but a client. He did not want to participate in this massacre. All right then. Han Xiao did not force him. After all, he still had the three Volga brothers. Just as he was about to look away, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked, By the way, how are you and Chun Xing now. He was still thinking about Fu Ding's personal mission. I talk to her every day. Our relationship is all right. Fu Ding scratched his face, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Han Zhao's mouth twitched. What are you feeling embarrassed about? Is your relationship really just okay? Han Zhao's scalp went numb. He felt that the result he had predicted was gradually coming true. This is too scary. Could it be that I'm going to see a true soul mate? After coughing, Han Zhao knocked on the table and returned to the original topic. So far, we've only found 7 nests, all built near the underground Prophecy Stone mine. Reynolds, based on the Prophecy Stone's psychic radiation, creates some equipment that can detect the Prophecy Stone mine in a large area. It's best if you can detect it from the surface and install it on the spaceship. Let our spaceship search the entire world and find all the nests of the subterranean mutants. Reynolds sat up straight and nodded. I won't let you down. At this moment, Haluz scratched his head and suddenly interrupted. I have a question. Han Zhao looked over. What's wrong? Actually, I wanted to ask earlier. Haluz pointed at Reynolds. Who is this person? Reynolds had only joined for less than a month. Other than Sylvia, Aroshia, and the others who stayed in base number 1, none of the officers present knew who he was. However, they could feel Reynolds' powerful aura. He was probably the strongest person present other than Blackstar. Haluz asked the question that was on everyone's mind. I'm Reynolds, the mechanic. Because I admire His Excellency Blackstar, I specially joined the Blackstar Corps to learn from him. His Excellency Blackstar is now my teacher, and Sylvia is my senior sister. I'm a logistics manager of the Blackstar Corps, and I'm very happy to work with all of you. Reynolds' tone was very formal. Senior sister? Everyone was shocked. They all stared at Sylvia, as if the word doubt was carved on their faces. Sylvia shivered, shrunk her neck, and said angrily, I've said it hundreds of times. Do not call me that. With this little episode, everyone finally got to know Reynolds and accepted him as a colleague. After the discussion, Han Zhao stood up and said, Let's get to work. 2 days later, the sun was shining brightly. In the military camp near the underground cave, a large number of players had gathered. There was also a Sunil armored army, fully armed and ready to go. Today was the official day of the operation. Because the subterranean mutants were afraid of ultraviolet rays, they had abandoned the plan of luring them out. Developing poison and exploring more nests required time, so the only thing they could do now was to go underground. Unlike the solemn and silent atmosphere of the Sunil troops, the players rubbed their palms together, eager to give it a try. So many people moving together. What a big scene. The bigger the scene, the more interesting it is. The main storyline mission had officially begun. Most of the players were there, and most of them were battle-hungry. This was a race war, and to personally participate in the battle of hundreds of thousands of people, many of them were very excited. Most of them did not care about the state of the subterranean mutants. They only cared about the mission requirements. As long as they were told where to go, who to kill, and how much the reward was, it would be fine. The commander of the hundreds of thousands of players and the Sunil troops was Haluz. He was standing at the front, with Sarinder and the other Sunil warriors behind him. Beside him was a portion of the Black Star officers, Aroshia, Jeanette, Harmon, and the Volga brothers. Han Zhao did not move together. He was supervising the construction of base number 3, guarding it strictly to prevent the construction team from cutting corners. In order to let the huge army go underground, the Sunil troops had already widened the diameter of the underground cave. The dark cave entrance was like the mouth of the abyss. Haluz turned around to face everyone and spoke. He used all his pugilist energy, and his voice turned into a surging sound wave that spread to the entire army. Warriors of Sunil, our race has already suffered too much. The last enemy is underground. Only by getting rid of them can we end all of this and let Sunil walk toward a bright future. Therefore, my comrades, fight with all your might. The breathing of the Sunil soldiers became heavy. Everyone who was willing to become a soldier had long decided to give up their lives for their race. Now that they finally saw hope, everyone was filled with fighting spirit. The subterranean mutants instantly became their irreconcilable enemy. Let's go. Haluz took the lead and walked into the cave. The huge army followed behind him and entered the cave in a grandiose manner. The long journey did not diminish the high morale of the Sunil soldiers. Many players were also affected by this atmosphere and felt that they were saving Sunil. Finally, the vanguard troops arrived underground. They quickly took out all kinds of lighting equipment and lit up the dark underground world. Unexpectedly, the troops did not continue forward but stayed around the cave and started to build a camp. Because the underground world was too big, there were quite a few nests nearby that could not be destroyed in a day. Therefore, their strategy was to build a camp in the underground world as a bridgehead and supply point, a place for the mercenaries and Sunil soldiers to rest. After organizing the troops, Haluz turned on the life detection radar. With one look, he was shocked. The first nest that they had explored the last time had lost all life signals. This time, their target was the first nest. But now the target was gone? Haluz was shocked. He thought that the radar was broken. Haluz instantly became alert. They did not know enough about the subterranean mutants. Abnormalities often meant danger. This time, the troops behind entered one after another. Haluz quickly ordered them to stay put and pass the work of building the camp to the troops. He personally led the vanguard troops to the first nest. The deeper they went, the more alert Haluz became. He was prepared to be attacked at any time. However, the journey was smooth, and he successfully reached the depths of the nest. The subterranean mutants in the first nest seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Where did they go? Haluz could not figure it out, but he did not stop moving forward. Very soon, they arrived at the Prophecy Stone mine. Seeing the situation of the mine, everyone was stunned. The mine was actually empty. The mining traces were clearly left behind by the subterranean mutants. It was as if they had dug out all the Prophecy Stones. Haluz hurriedly ordered his men to investigate the situation of the entire nest. Not long later, they finally concluded that the subterranean mutants of this tribe had left the nest with the Prophecy Stones. Why did this happen? The other nests clearly did not change, but the nest that we explored the last time disappeared. Haluz's eyes widened. He suddenly realized that it was because of their appearance that the subterranean mutants moved on their own accord. The intelligence of the subterranean mutants was beyond his imagination. Furthermore, there were tens of millions of subterranean mutants, and they were all gone in just a few days. The efficiency of this race was too scary. What should we do now? Everyone looked at each other. They had come here with high fighting spirit, only to find that the enemy had disappeared. They felt as if they had punched cotton. Their hearts were empty and full of disappointment. Haluz hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's set up camp first. The situation here is beyond our expectations. I have to report this to the upper echelons." What? The subterranean mutants have displayed astonishing intelligence? The Sunil upper echelon, Otis, received Haluz's reply and gasped in shock. The Prophecy Stones were something that the Sunils had to destroy. They had thought that the subterranean mutants were restricted to the vicinity of the mine, but they had not expected the subterranean mutants to dig out the Prophecy Stones and move around. Although the mine was gone, the Prophecy Stones produced by this mine were still there. They were even moving around with the subterranean mutants, increasing the difficulty of the mission. Furthermore, the potential that the subterranean mutants had displayed had already set off alarm bells in Otis' heart. In the future, the subterranean mutants will definitely grow into a new intelligent race and become a new civilization. They will compete with us for the resources of this planet. We have to kill them while they are still in their infancy. Otis clenched his fists. Huh? They ran away with the Prophecy Stones? What kind of operation is this? Han Xiao also received the report and had a thoughtful expression. Chapter 611. Han Xiao had originally thought that the subterranean mutants had to build their nests near the mines and could not move. However, Haluz's report had refreshed his impression. The subterranean mutants could actually move on their own. This concept was akin to finally reaching a high ground and preparing to take down the crystal on the other side, only to realize that the other side had already taken the crystal and escaped. They actually took the initiative to escape. Could it be because I invaded their nest last time? Han Xiao was rather surprised and made some deductions. The entire nest had besieged one intruder, but he had managed to escape with ease. Many of his fellow subterranean mutants had died in battle. Although only a few thousand subterranean mutants had been killed, the other subterranean mutants felt as if they had been there through the telepathic connection. In other words, Han Xiao alone had scared off tens of millions of subterranean mutants, leaving an indelible psychological shadow in their hearts. Knowing how to fear the strong was an instinct, so the subterranean mutants in Nest Number 1 treated him as their natural enemy and migrated. The wide-area telepathic connection provided the subterranean mutants with high-efficiency decision-making abilities. That should be the case. Han Xiao rubbed the back of his neck and felt that his guess was not far from the mark. The subterranean mutants had the habit of retreating when they encountered danger that they could not resist. This situation made his train of thought clear. The biggest reason the Sunils had attacked the subterranean mutants was to destroy the prophecy stone mines that the subterranean mutants had been protecting. Now, it was proven that the subterranean mutants could actually excavate the mines themselves. Since they could migrate, this conflict could be resolved. As long as the subterranean mutants brought the prophecy stones away from planet Sunil and moved to an uninhabited planet as their habitat, the problem would be solved. This way, the Sunils would not have to carry out the genocide, which was the best solution for both sides. Han Xiao frowned and immediately realized the difficulty. This method seemed good, but the feasibility was very low. To capture hundreds of millions of subterranean mutants one by one, choose an uninhabited planet, and prepare a large number of spaceships for the migration, it would require tens of times more manpower and resources. If they could migrate, the Sunils would have done so long ago. Obviously, the Sunils did not have such an ability, and they did not want to abandon the home that they had built with great difficulty. Therefore, wiping out the subterranean mutants was more cost-effective. To the Sunils, protecting the subterranean mutants was a waste of resources. Destroying them was always the easiest option. So, if we want to use migration as a substitute for extermination, we need to have external forces involved, such as large financial groups. Han Xiao frowned. What was the point of wasting so many resources to migrate the subterranean mutants? Could an undeveloped race bring enough benefits to cover the cost of a galactic migration? If they couldn't, then the value of saving them would be greatly reduced. According to the terms of the contract, keeping the subterranean mutants was unnecessary. Now, it was certain that Sunil would definitely carry out the plan of exterminating the entire race. Therefore, this meant that the life and death of a species depended on one's thoughts. So, to save or not to save, Han Xiao was a little hesitant. There was originally no room for negotiation in the conflict between races, but now, another possibility had appeared. Even if the Sunils realized it, they would definitely not bring it up. Therefore, as long as Han Xiao did not bring it up, the operation would continue until the subterranean mutants were completely wiped out. Originally, he was just an executor who only needed to fulfill the requirements of his employer. However, when he realized the new method, his role changed. He was no longer a simple mercenary. Instead, he became the only decision-maker who could decide the life and death of the species. The pressure of making decisions was shifted to him. When he had no other choice, Han Xiao would not have any psychological burden. However, the situation was different now. A weak species could not even decide their own life and death. He had the power to decide the life and death of an entire race. After thinking for a long time, Han Xiao sighed. Haluz, continue the operation and attack the other nest. Understood. Haluz hung up the communication. Han Xiao put away the communicator, called Sylvia over, and told her to supervise the construction team. He then left the construction site and found Fu Ding, who was enjoying the natural atmosphere in the forest. In the green forest, Fu Ding sat cross-legged under a tree. An invisible wave of psychic energy rippled in the air. This was the result of a psychic training. Psychic energy was a mixture of energy and psychic energy. There were similar abilities in the Esper class as well. However, psychics were able to enter the 5 major superclasses because they had a complete training system. As long as one was talented, they would be able to control psychic energy through training. There was no need for genetic mutations in the Esper class. Why are you looking for me? Hearing Han Zhao's footsteps, Fu Ding opened his eyes and smiled politely. However, he could not hide the distance in his eyes. Fu Ding was very against the employment of the Black Star Corps in this war. Slaughtering a native race had crossed his bottom line. Fu Ding's attitude toward Han Zhao had a subtle change because of this. I would like to ask for your help. It's still the same request as last time. Study the telepathy of the subterranean mutants and try to communicate with them, Han Zhao said slowly. Didn't I reject it already? My answer is still the same. Fu Ding did not hesitate. He knew that this war was not wrong, but he still did not want to be an accomplice to a massacre. Han Zhao was not surprised. With his understanding of Fu Ding, this guy was more neutral and kind. You misunderstood. This time is not because of the previous time. Han Zhao explained his idea of migrating the subterranean mutants and smiled. If we can build a communication bridge, perhaps this hypothesis can become a reality. Fu Ding's eyes lit up, and he stood up. Are you serious? You know how trustworthy I am. Han Zhao smiled. Fu Ding stared at Han Zhao and suddenly revealed a gentle smile that could make girls scream. The surroundings were dyed in a warm color. I was not wrong about you. Let's go. I will do my best to help you. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Inviting Fu Ding for help was the decision made by Han Zhao. He chose to protect the subterranean mutants. It was not because he was kind, but because he believed in sustainable development. Sunil's employment was over once and for all. Exterminating the race was done, but migrating the subterranean mutants had potential benefits. It was like harvesting twice the amount of leeks in a vegetable field. The subterranean mutants were a race with a lot of potential. They might have a chance to become a new resource land for NPCs, so they were worth investing in. Although the initial investment was not small, Han Zhao now had the capital to squander. Planting leeks, digging a hole, burying some soil, and counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mental communication avoided the problem of language barriers. If he could reach a consensus with the subterranean mutants and get them to leave planet Sunil willingly, they would be able to gather together, which would save him a lot of effort and not have to capture them one by one. However, with the civilization level of the subterranean mutants, they might not be able to understand the concept of universe and planet. They had not even looked up at the stars before. Therefore, the only way was to let the subterranean mutants feel the threat of death and use fear to control them, making them surrender for survival. Therefore, a suitable massacre was necessary. Apart from that, there was another reason for doing this. The epic feeling of saving an entire race was obviously greater, and the players would like to play the role of the savior more. Therefore, they would have a greater sense of belonging to the Black Star Corps. Of course, winning back Fu Ding's favorability was also another reason. Han Zhao did not want the leaks in his house to pull him out of the ground and run away. Half an hour later, in the underground world, the expedition team built a temporary camp. The lighting equipment made the dark underground world as bright as day, and the Sunil armored troops stood guard outside. Haluz had already received the next order. He led the army toward nest number 2, which was marked on the map. When they arrived at the edge of the nest, the vanguard team quickly encountered a large group of subterranean mutants, about 300 to 400 of them. What the F*CK? They're much uglier than in the pictures. Many players had disgusted expressions, especially the female players. The subterranean mutants, which had insect-like characteristics, were basically heresy in this era where looks were everything. This group of subterranean mutants also noticed the expedition team and came over. Their tentacles waved as if they were curious about what this group of creatures that they had never seen before was. 222. The next moment, the armored troops fired at the same time. The Sunil armored soldiers pulled the trigger of their large-caliber armor-piercing assault rifles without hesitation. The gunshots broke the silence of the underground world, and the blinding gunfire lit up the underground world. The dense rain of bullets easily tore apart the bodies of hundreds of subterranean mutants, turning them into minced meat. "Advance!" the officers of the various teams shouted. The Sunil troops marched forward, and their heavy armor stepped on the ground. Their footsteps were orderly, and the players on the side looked over. Rumble. At this time, an earthquake-like sound came from the nest. The ground shook slightly, and the sound of thousands of beasts rapidly approached. Defensive formation, hold the position. The Sunil troops quickly changed their formation and prepared to take the brunt of the attack. Boom! A black flood surged out from the various tunnels. The number of subterranean mutants in Nest Number 2 had reached tens of millions, and the ground shook nonstop. At this time, Haluz finally opened his mouth, and his voice was like thunder. Black Star mercenaries, fire at will. Hundreds of thousands of players charged out, and the crowd lit up with colorful lights. Boom! The two floods collided, and the war broke out. At the same time, Han Xiao and Fu Ding came to the Sunil Research Department and borrowed the dozen or so subterranean mutants that they had captured alive. The dozen or so subterranean mutants were locked up separately, and they were not allowed to come into contact with each other. A small pile of prophecy stones was placed in the middle to provide them with telepathy. "You're the expert, so I'll leave it to you." Han Xiao extended his hand and made a pleased gesture. Fu Ding smiled and released his psychic power to touch the prophecy stones. The subterranean mutants used the prophecy stones as a communication base, which was equivalent to a server. As long as a psychic adjusted his psychic wave to the frequency of the subterranean mutants, he would be able to log into the chat channel of these dozen or so subterranean mutants. After adjusting for a while, Fu Ding's eyes sparkled. Success. As soon as he said that, Fu Ding's expression became weird. "What's wrong?" Han Xiao raised his brows. "Air. It's different from what I imagined." Fu Ding had a weird expression. "Accept my telepathic link, and I'll pull you in too." Han Xiao nodded. He felt that Fu Ding was trying to connect to his mind, so he did not reject it. The moment he accepted it, his vision suddenly split into two. One side was the real world, and the other side was a white space that seemed to have no end. This was the space of the mental network, and he could cut off the link at any time. The subterranean mutants and Fu Ding were inside, and their positions were the same as in the real world. Their appearances were blurry, and only their silhouettes could be seen. Before Han Xiao could come back to his senses, the dozen or so subterranean mutants started chattering through their psychic waves. "Wow, another one of our kind is here. Why you all look different? You're too ugly." Han Xiao was stunned. He did not expect the subterranean mutants to treat him as one of their kind. With their cognitive level, they probably thought that everyone who could log into the mental network was one of their kind. After chattering for a while, the group of subterranean mutants' attention quickly shifted, and they started chatting with each other. "Why are we locked up?" "I don't know. Also, you asked this question before. Those long creatures are so weird. They actually feed us and take away our feces." "Haha, I understand now. It's because our feces are the food of those creatures. So that's how it is. I understand now. So, the more we poop, the more they feed us. That's sick. There are actually creatures that eat feces." "Hee hee, I just pooped a huge pile of feces. I'll definitely be full for my next meal." "Wow, that's amazing. What the F***CK is this?" Han Zhao's mouth twitched. From the perspective of the subterranean mutants, this conclusion was really reasonable. Chapter 612. Although the scene was very different from what he had imagined, Han Xiao still managed to get a lot of information from it. The subterranean mutants had a certain level of logic and intelligence, but their cognitive abilities were still in an undeveloped stage. After trying for a while, the mental link that Fu Ding had established was able to communicate with the subterranean mutants normally. After getting the result, Han Xiao cut off the mental link. Communicating through the prophecy stones is possible. If we use the mind, we should be able to communicate with a nest at the same time, Fu Ding said. Then, let's find a nest and try. Han Xiao nodded. With a flash of inspiration, he had a target. Underground world, nest number 2. The smell of blood was thick and did not dissipate. Blood covered everything as far as the eye could see. It was a scene of a massacre. Many players' faces turned pale. This scene was too impactful. Even though they had completed quite a few small objectives of eliminate subterranean mutants, they could not be happy. They could not help but turn on their green eye protection mode. Only the Sunil soldiers were indifferent. They were used to seeing hellish disasters and were unmoved. They had also suffered casualties in the battle earlier, and most of their armor was covered in scratches. Haluz led the troops forward step by step and destroyed nest number 2, killing millions of mutants. The remaining mutants fled in fear, taking a portion of the Prophecy Stone mine with them. The logistics team was mining the Prophecy Stones in the center of the nest, and the rest of the troops were guarding the place to prevent the escaping mutants from returning. They also used flamethrowers to burn the subterranean mutant corpses on the ground. Haluz hugged the battleship slicing blade and rested at the side. He had led the charge earlier like a moving meat grinder, killing tens of thousands of subterranean mutants. His strength was far from Han Zhao's, and he had used up a lot of stamina. After a while, a sergeant ran over and gave a military salute. The mining of the mine is complete. Commander, please instruct us on the next step. Return to the temporary camp and replenish our ammunition. Although the subterranean mutants were not strong, there were too many of them. Clearing one nest at a time had already used up 60 to 70% of their ammunition, and the players were all injured. If they continued to attack the next nest, the casualties would increase significantly. Haluz decided to return to the camp to rest for a few hours. The troops set off and returned to the temporary camp beside the cave. Haluz suddenly saw 2 figures appear beside the camp. They were Han Xiao and Fu Ding. "Why are you here?" Haluz walked up to him with a surprised expression. Han Xiao did not answer the question. Instead, he looked at the troops and asked, "How are the casualties?" "There are very few casualties, but..." Haluz had a troubled expression. "This is only the first battle. There are still many subterranean mutant nests around the world, so the casualty rate is not optimistic. Sunil's casualties will be very heavy, so we can only rely on our mercenaries to fight." The mine detector created by Reynolds was already in use. Han Xiao deployed dozens of spaceships of the army to scan the entire planet, and the efficiency was very high. In just a few days, they had already discovered dozens of underground mines in different locations on planet Sunil, all nests. The nests were of varying sizes. The largest had a population of 10 million, while the smallest had a population of 1 million. The total number of subterranean mutants was in the billions. Thinking of the huge number of enemies, Haluz could not help but have a heavy heart. Furthermore, the locations of the other nests were different, and many places had to be rebuilt. Without the undying Black Star mercenaries, it would be impossible for the Sunils to wipe out the subterranean mutants. Only the Black Star Corps could do it. Han Xiaoxin knew what Haluz was thinking. He briefly explained the migration plan and said, "I'm here this time to try to communicate with the subterranean mutants. If I can convince some of them and let them convince each other, we can get rid of many of the enemies." Haluz's eyes sparkled. If he could reduce the casualties while chasing away the subterranean mutants, he was very willing to do so. He could not help but ask, "Do I need to change my strategy?" "No, you continue to attack the nests of the mutants, but don't chase after the ones that escaped. Plant the seed of fear in their hearts so that it will be easier to convince them," Han Xiao said slowly. Compared to just killing, the efficiency of pulling in batches was naturally higher. After leaving the camp, Han Xiao and Han Xiaoxin went all the way to nest number 2, which had been wiped out. Following the escape route, they caught up with the remaining mutants that were fleeing in panic. This tribe had suffered heavy casualties. When they discovered Han Xiao and Han Xiaoxin, a battle was unavoidable. However, they were not a threat to Han Xiao at all. Releasing the giant mechanical hands, Han Xiao and Fu Ding opened up a path for themselves. They approached the prophecy stones that these mutants were carrying and invaded the mental network of the mutants. The next moment, all the attacking mutants stopped at the same time. If they could make an expression, it would be one of confusion. In their knowledge, only those of the same race had the ability to connect telepathically. However, Han Shao had just killed a bunch of mutants, and he was not one of their kind. The current situation confused this uncivilized subterranean mutant tribe. Who are you? In the mental network, countless xenogeneics were shocked. I'm Black Star, the emissary from the stars. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he quickly introduced the situation. However, he made some appropriate changes. He threw the responsibility of slaughtering the subterranean mutants to the Sunils. Han Shao made the Sunils into the role of the devil, and he made himself out to be a friendly emissary who was willing to help the subterranean mutants and could persuade the Sunils to give up on slaughtering them. He claimed that he could protect them from being slaughtered under the condition that they surrendered and moved out of this planet with the prophecy stones. In order to let the subterranean mutants understand the situation, Han Shao even taught them basic knowledge about the universe and the stars. At the same time, he also used threats and promises. The communication efficiency of the mental network was extremely high. Everyone in this tribe was in a state of confusion, as if they were listening to a book from heaven. What Han Shao said was the most basic knowledge to the galactic residents, but it overturned the worldview of the subterranean mutants. It was like a myth. In their eyes, the subterranean mutants were the entire world. The universe and the stars were completely beyond their knowledge. The subterranean mutants looked at the enemies from the surface the same way the Sunils looked at them. They all felt that the enemies were dangerous. And subterranean mutant, that seemed to be the leader of the tribe, initiated a conversation. We are willing to surrender. Please don't hurt us anymore. Almost all the mutants knelt on the ground and made a gesture of submission. The tribe leader's attitude was very respectful and humble. The knowledge that Han Shao said was too shocking to them. Due to their uncivilized nature, they could not help but treat Han Shao as a godlike figure and worship him as a primitive totem. Han Shao raised his brows. It was much easier to convince them than he had imagined. Thinking about it, he realized that the intelligence of the subterranean mutants was similar to that of a child. Their civilization was not developed yet, so they did not have any high-level emotions such as honor or shame. Their concept of hatred was also very weak. The subterranean mutants had yet to break away from their beast nature. When a beast was scared, they would show their weakness and surrender. This tribe had a large number of its own kind killed by Halus, so they were already scared. That was because the subterranean mutants had almost no natural enemies. Their food was rocks, so they did not have any conflicts. They had lived and bred for many years and rarely experienced battles. At most, they would have conflicts with other nests. If one had to describe them, this species was actually very simple. It was just that they were too ugly. It was probably because it was too dark underground and no one could see them, so they just grew up casually. With the foundation of communication, it was possible to understand the structure of the subterranean mutant civilization. Han Shao asked a few questions, and through the other party's answers, he had a comprehensive understanding of the subterranean mutants. The subterranean mutants knew that there were nests of their own kind nearby, so they would occasionally fight with each other to fight for the prophecy stones. From their social structure, the subterranean mutants were currently in the tribal stage of the barbarian era. Every tribe grew independently, and different tribes had different degrees of evolution. Some were more intelligent, while others were more barbaric. Their culture was budding and blooming. If they followed the original path, the subterranean mutants might need many years to complete the merger of their tribes and gradually become an intelligent civilization, building a city or kingdom. Now that they had an external force like Han Shao, their development process might be shortened by thousands of years. What we need to do? The tribe leader asked obediently. Han Shao thought for a while and said, "Convince all the tribes in this area and convey my message. From now on, you are my emissary. If you complete the mission I give you, go to the underground cave and look for the surface guests. They will not harm you. Wow, that's great. They won't attack us anymore. The entire tribe was overjoyed, and they chattered nonstop. It was as if they were a bunch of optimists. After making sure that the tribe understood their mission, Han Shao was about to leave when he suddenly realized something. He asked the tribe leader, "Right, what's your name?" "What's a name?" The tribe leader was puzzled. Han Shao was helpless and could only explain, "It's a form of address. Let others know that this form of address represents you. For example, I'm Black Star, and Black Star is me." The tribe leader seemed to have understood. "Sigh. All right, I'll give you a name." Han Shao glanced at Fu Ding beside him and suddenly had an idea. "You're so good-looking. Let's call you Chun Xing." Fu Ding's spiritual energy fluctuated violently, and the Chun Xing in his body let out a deafening roar. "I'll definitely kill you. Do you hear me? I'll definitely kill you." The subterranean mutant had such an ugly appearance, but had the same name as her. Chun Xing was very ambiguous. This was something she could not tolerate. Fu Ding had a helpless expression. "Black Star, stop playing with her. Tis TSK, as expected of one. You're already protecting her." Han Shao pursed his lips and said to the tribe leader, "That's invalid. You'll be called Germinal." "Huh." No one would jump out of their coffins to oppose him. "Germinal?" The tribe leader mumbled and suddenly became happy. "I have a name. As for your tribe," Han Shao stroked his chin, and a look of nostalgia flashed across his eyes. "Let's just call it Germinal Tribe." "Wait, isn't this guy the Germinal leader?" Chapter 613. Using the Germinal tribe to convince their own kind was very effective. There were 5 nests in this area. One of them was scared away by Han Shao, and the Germinal tribe surrendered. Over the next few days, Haluz destroyed the remaining 3 nests, and the Germinal tribe persuaded the remaining mutants of the 3 tribes to relay Han Zhao's message. With this 2-pronged approach, the efficiency was much higher than just killing, and the entire area was cleared out efficiently. This made the Sunil soldiers very surprised. They did not expect the legendary Black Star to be able to do such a thing. The result of the operation made them completely convinced of Han Xiaoxin. There was no need to waste time chasing after the escaping mutants. The deserters of the 3 tribes were all persuaded by the Germinal tribe and surrendered with their own prophecy stone base stations. This saved them a lot of energy and prevented more casualties. Hundreds of thousands of players started a heated discussion about this. After discovering that the subterranean mutants had a certain level of intelligence, a portion of the players started to express different opinions about this massacre. There were all kinds of opinions. Many players agreed with Han Zhao's method of persuading the subterranean mutants to surrender, but such players were in the minority. Most of them were players who liked the storyline very much. At first, only a small number of players were discussing this topic. Most of the players were just there to do the mission and did not think so much. However, as more and more discussion threads appeared, more and more players could not help but express their opinions. They started to be dragged into the topic, and it gradually became more and more popular. Most of the players were used to feeling sympathy for the weaker party. After witnessing such a cruel massacre, many of the players couldn't bear to see it. Although the subterranean mutants looked a little disgusting, after looking at them for a long time, they were actually quite good-looking. They did not even have eyes or eyebrows. It would be a miracle if they were good-looking. In any case, sympathy was one thing, but when it came to killing monsters, the players would not go soft. On the other hand, the name Germinal Tribe made all the players laugh like pigs. They understood this point. These players had all experienced the events of version 1.0, and the Germinal organization had left a deep impression on them. They could not help but joke about it on the forums. Germinal, "Coach, I want to eat boxed meals." Germinal, "Now that things have come to this, I can't hide it anymore. It's time to open the coffin and rise. I'd rather have the guts." Shocking. In fact, the Germinal organization is the real boss. It is a mysterious organization at the universal level. The one in the Blue Star organization is just one of its clones. This huge organization has been hiding for billions of years, and what we have come into contact with is just the tip of the iceberg. Germinal. Detected. Has my alternate account been exposed again? I understand now. This is the inheritance of faith. We must spread the seeds of revolution throughout the universe and sprout immortality. My spirit lives on forever. The germinal organization of the kingdom of heaven silently watched you and gave you a thumbs up. Keep bragging. Germinal is very satisfied. The presence of the germinal tribe made the heavy atmosphere much more cheerful. In this area, only the last tribe that had escaped had not been dealt with. Herluz led the troops and followed the route of the escaping tribe, while the surrendered subterranean mutants of the germinal tribe used their digging skills to open a path. Under the guidance of the radar, they found the new underground nest of this tribe. This time, there was no battle. The leader of the germinal tribe contacted the leader of the escaping tribe through the prophecy stone and conveyed Han Zhao's message. This escaping tribe actually did not resist. When the germinal organization outlined Han Zhao's figure, this tribe instantly recognized him. Han Zhao was the source of their escape and left them with a psychological trauma. This tribe was very timid. As soon as the germinal organization mentioned Han Zhao, they did not hesitate much. The members of the tribe quickly reached a consensus on the mental network and directly clicked on surrender. This was the first time a problem had been solved without a battle. Herluz felt that Han Zhao's decision was really wise. The 5 nests in this area were cleared. Herluz led the troops out of the underground, and there were more areas that needed to be cleared. As for how to deal with these surrendered subterranean mutants, that became a problem. Herluz asked for instructions from Han Zhao. Han Zhao's meaning was very simple. Because there were too many subterranean mutants, and they were unwilling to come to the surface, the cost of guarding them was too high. Therefore, most of the subterranean mutants would stay in their original areas and wait. The 5 tribes would live together and set up some surveillance equipment to monitor the movements of the surrendered subterranean mutants. Then, the subjugation force brought some of the subterranean mutants, including the leader of the germinal tribe, to other areas to continue the persuasion work. Herluz had a taste of the benefits of pulling batches and did not have any objections. In the following days, the subjugation force kept using this strategy. All the underground mines on planet Senil were finally detected by Reynolds. There were a total of 127 subterranean mutant nests, which were roughly divided into 41 main gathering areas. The subjugation force cleared almost half of the mutant gathering areas on planet Senil. After counting, the number of subterranean mutants that had been persuaded to surrender reached 1.7 billion. The number of slaughtered subterranean mutants was not calculated, but it could only be more. The method of persuading them to surrender was not always successful. The mutant tribes were relatively independent, and the development of each area was different. There were always some barbaric tribes that were even more uncivilized and did not understand at all. The germinal tribe was persuading them here, but there was no way for them to communicate normally. The only way to deal with them was to kill them all. All the players clear the subterranean mutants. Main storyline mission had a lot of rewards. Han Zhao saw this and felt sweet in his heart. Seeing that the players were doing well, he did not stay idle either. During this time, he kept on harvesting the players' experience in wallets. His experience storage was slowly approaching the 10 billion mark. The experience required to level up in the future would be astronomical. He had to work hard to harvest leaks. The subjugation operation was on the right track, and base number 3 was finally completed. A brand new, magnificent black star base had taken root on planet Sunil. The players all gave good reviews and felt proud. Han Zhao did not encounter any problems, and he did not need Han Zhao to do anything personally. He had plenty of time to complete the equipment of base number 3. This time, he was no longer alone. As his assistant, Reynolds helped a lot. The two of them worked together and quickly built the military factory of base number 3. Reynolds' personality was too serious, and it made people feel uncomfortable. However, when it came to work, this kind of personality was perfect. Han Zhao was very satisfied with Reynolds' ability to work. Perfect mechanical sense played a huge role. Han Xiao had been drooling over this talent for a long time. This time, he had enough time to interact with Reynolds. He tried all sorts of methods to trigger Reynolds' mission, but to no avail. Han Xiao was helpless. Facing the stubborn Reynolds, he did not know how to get Reynolds' perfect mechanical sense, molding talent. Han Xiao did know some non-molding talents of the mechanic series, such as basic mechanical sense, precise mechanical sense, and so on. Naturally, their effects were far inferior to perfect mechanical sense, but he wanted to get one to make up the numbers. He was a mechanic, after all, and it would not make sense if he did not have a mechanic talent. Looking at the series of tank talents on his interface, those who did not know him would think that he was a main tank. It was a pity that the location to obtain the mechanical sense talent was a little far away and not in this star cluster. Han Xiao did not have the time to go there. Yicheng finally had some results on her side. She had researched a biochemical weapon specifically targeting the body structure and genes of the subterranean mutants. It had a large-scale infectious effect. After getting sick, the subterranean mutants would slowly become weak. Their mouths and shells would gradually peel off, and their stomach and esophagus would become infected. In the end, they would not be able to eat, and they would either die of illness or starvation. The cycle would last for about 10 days. Based on the current situation, there was no need to use the biochemical weapon. Their goal had already changed from extermination to migration. However, since there were already results from the research, Han Xiao still gave Haluz a certain amount of biochemical weapons for him to use. At least this way, he would have a method to kill the subterranean mutants on a large scale, which would increase the efficiency of the crusade. On the second day after the biochemical weapon was developed, the Sunil upper echelon Otis suddenly paid a visit. In the guest room of base number 3, the two of them sat opposite each other. This is truly a majestic base. Otis was the first to speak. His tone was fawning, but his eyes were filled with envy. In just a short period of time, Black Star had built a breathtaking base. The connections and wealth he had indirectly displayed were far beyond the reach of the current Sunil. Otis could not help but be envious. It's passable. Han Xiao crossed his legs, tapped his thigh with his finger, and slowly said, "Everything is normal in the crusade operation. Is there anything else you need from me today?" Otis sat up straight and said with a deep voice, "Your Excellency Black Star, we would like to make a suggestion. You are the employer. You have the authority. Your plan is very effective. Many subterranean mutants have been gathered. I think this is a good opportunity to use the biochemical weapon to kill all the subterranean mutants at once." Han Xiao paused and looked at Otis. This guy wants to use the current results of the Black Star Corps to achieve his own goal. Otis subconsciously looked away and avoided eye contact. He then felt that there was no need for him to be afraid. Black Star was a mercenary that they had hired, and, as the employer, they naturally had the right to make requests. Thus, he gathered his courage and looked at Han Xiao. "Those subterranean mutants have already surrendered, and I will move them to other planets. You want me to give up on this plan and insist on exterminating them?" Han Xiao raised his brows. "Yes." Otis nodded. "Interesting. Moving the subterranean mutants is my own expense. You don't need to bear the cost. So, tell me the reason." Otis was silent for a while and avoided the question. "I think this is a very reasonable request. We are the employer, and we hope that you can carry out the mission according to our wishes. At the very least, you can save on the cost of moving them." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Indeed, mercenaries work according to the employer's request, but we have the right to make our own decisions. Your real goal is to control planet Sunil. In my eyes, exterminating an entire race is not the best plan. Although I am a mercenary, it does not mean that I have to carry out all the orders of my employer. I have the right to reject any request that I think is not legitimate. If you do not have a reason to do this, let's forget about this matter." Seeing how resolute Han Xiao was, Otis clenched his teeth and told Han Xiao the real reason for his visit. "If we don't eliminate all future problems, what if the subterranean mutants develop on other planets and attack us when they want to take back planet Sunil? If you don't kill them all, Can you guarantee that such a thing will not happen in the future? You really want to eliminate the source of the problem. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he said, Indeed, I cannot guarantee that the subterranean mutants will not be a future problem. Otis heaved a sigh of relief. So, please, this time, Han Zhao suddenly interrupted him and chuckled. But even if they're a future problem, it is different from the current mission. Will they attack Sunil in the future? What does it have to do with me? Otis was stunned and was about to explode in anger. However, he remembered that Han Zhao was someone he could not afford to offend, so he could only suppress his anger and say, with a more serious tone, Since you are a mercenary, you should at least follow the professional ethics. How can you say such things? We hired you in the hope that you can solve our problem. That's right. Isn't the Black Star Corps helping you solve your problem now? What else do you think we are doing? Han Zhao smiled mockingly. Mercenaries are not nannies. You spend money, and we contribute. This is a transaction, but it does not mean that we will be responsible for your future forever. Even if the subterranean mutants attack, that is another matter. Let's not talk about how many years it takes for the subterranean mutants to develop the ability to counterattack. Now that Sunil has no obstacles, won't they develop? If a battle really breaks out in the future, you can hire me then. Han Zhao crossed his arms and had an expression that said, What can you do if I am being unreasonable? Otis' eyes widened, and he was speechless. There is actually such a shameless person in the world. Of course, if you want me to eliminate all the subterranean mutants, it is not impossible. Han Zhao suddenly changed the topic. Otis' hope was reignited. But Han Zhao revealed a cunning smile and rubbed his fingers. You have to pay more. Otis' veins bulged, and he clenched his fists tightly. If not for the fact that he could not afford to offend Black Star, he would have flipped the table. Chapter 614. Since you Sunils think that the subterranean mutants are a threat, then pay a price to get rid of them. Han Zhao shook his finger. Let me remind you, strictly speaking, those subterranean mutants that surrendered are my captives and spoils of war. If you want me to abandon my spoils of war, you have to pay at least something of equivalent value. He was certain that Sunil would not increase the price, so this was a tactful rejection. Since they had decided to migrate, there was no way they could change it to a massacre. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to lying to Fu Ding, and the favorability of the goddess of luck would plummet. Furthermore, going back on his words would not be beneficial to establishing the image of the Black Star Corps in the hearts of the players. Otis' face turned green and white. He really wanted to get rid of the subterranean mutants, but he was extremely unwilling when he thought about the high price he would have to pay. Our Sunil's financial situation is not optimistic. We have already spent a lot of our savings to hire you this time. Our people have been through a lot, and we cannot take any more risks. This is nothing to you? Otis did not give up. As the right-hand man of the Sunil leader, he was like a buffer between the two sides. Thus, although he could see that Han Zhao was trying to beat around the bush, he still pretended that he did not understand what Han Zhao meant and poured out his grievances. Hearing this, Han Zhao also lost his patience, and his smile disappeared. He stared at Otis and said with a heavy tone, Your financial situation is not optimistic? Don't forget, if I did not give you a discount, you would not have been able to afford to hire me. Otis was shocked. What does the plight of the Sunils have to do with me? If not for Haluz, do you think I would care about your life and death? Otis was speechless. Everything that had happened so far was all thanks to Haluz, and he could not deny it. Han Zhao's eyes were like torches, and his tone was firm. Don't take my kindness as capital for you to push your luck. This could already be considered a warning. The atmosphere became tense. You misunderstood. Otis hurriedly explained, and his palms were sweating. He did not dare have a conflict with Han Zhao. In any case, I do not wish to hear the suggestion of exterminating my race a second time. Han Zhao waved his hand. Sylvia, send him out. The door opened. Sylvia was expressionless. Please come with me. Your Excellency Black Star, you've really misunderstood. Seeing Han Zhao's cold expression, Otis could only stop talking. He didn't dare to explain too much and followed behind Sylvia. When he reached the door, he turned around and bade farewell. I'm very sorry to have disturbed you. Yes. Han Shao waved his hand and watched Otis leave. He couldn't help curling his lips. In your dreams, you're not willing to pay the price and want others to be the bad guy. How can there be such a good thing in the world? This was a private meeting, so Han Shao was not worried that it would affect the relationship between the two parties. Sunil had a favor to ask of him, so they did not dare to do anything behind his back. However, he never had high hopes for any politician. As long as the other party fulfilled the terms of the deal, he did not care how they looked at him. Han Shao thought for a moment, then took out his communicator and contacted the two financial groups. Halfway through the mission, it was time to start preparing for the migration. Migrating 2 to 3 billion subterranean mutants was a huge project, and it required a large number of spaceships. With the help of the financial groups, things would be much easier. Underground World, Nest number 77. Nest number 77 was the largest subterranean mutant tribe so far. In the entire gathering area, only Nest number 77 occupied this area. There were no other tribes, and this was the new target of the subjugation force. According to the radar, Nest number 77 had a population of 30 to 40 million. Even Haluz did not dare act rashly. He used the old method of getting the traitor Germinal tribe to negotiate and try to persuade Nest number 77. The Germinal tribe leader brought some of his tribesmen and approached Nest number 77. When they realized that there were guards at the edge of the nest, they stopped them. After expressing their intentions, the Germinal tribe connected to the mental network and met the leader of this tribe. I am the Germinal tribe, Black Star's envoy. I am Salusu, the leader of the New Rock tribe. It is a pleasure to talk to you. The other party replied quickly with a friendly attitude. The Germinal tribe was overjoyed. That's great. You have a name too. It had persuaded so many tribes to surrender, but this was the first one that had a name. Salusalu was also very happy. Our guest was not wrong. There are indeed other tribes in the world. The subterranean mutant tribes were more independent, and the evolution of the New Rock tribe was far more advanced than the other tribes. However, the Germinal tribe leader did not understand the meaning behind this. Salusalu introduced the history of the tribe to the Germinal tribe. Originally, there were 4 nests in this area. Under the leadership of my ancestor's ancestor, we engaged in an intense battle with the other tribes. In the end, we swallowed the other 3 tribes and merged into the New Rock tribe. We lived here, multiplied, and always believed that there were other species like us in the world. Today, we have finally found one of our own. This is a major discovery. Salusalu was very excited. The Germinal tribe leader was mesmerized. This was the first time he had heard a historical story. If Han Shao was there, he would know that the civilization of the New Rock tribe had reached a whole new level. They had the concept of history, knew how to record, and learned how to pass down knowledge. Their thinking ability and emotional expression were also evolving away from the habits of wild beasts and toward an intelligent species. If they followed the normal path of development, in time, the New Rock tribe might have a chance to unify the subterranean mutants. When it was the Germinal tribe leader's turn to speak, he did not forget Black Star's instructions. He conveyed the meaning of the threat to persuade them to surrender and popularize the basic knowledge of the universe that Han Shao had taught him. However, after Salusalu heard this, not only was he not afraid, he was furious. This is our home. We will never leave. The information brought by the Germinal tribe was far beyond Salusalu's imagination. However, the New Rock tribe had already developed a sense of home. In the face of an enemy that was wantonly slaughtering their own tribe, they chose to resist. In the mental network, the members of the New Rock tribe were united against a common enemy. This gave the Germinal tribe a shock. It did not understand why this tribe was suddenly so agitated. It still did not understand the concept of hatred. Emissary of Black Star, thank you for your kindness, but we have decided to resist to the end. Salusalu's attitude was firm. Han Zhao's positioning of himself was effective. In the eyes of the mutants, he was a good person who stopped the evil Sunil and saved the mutants. As the emissary of Black Star, the Germinal tribe had the mission of saving their own people. Thus, Salusulu did not make things difficult for the Germinal tribe and sent them away from the New Rock tribe. Returning to the temporary camp, the Germinal tribe leader conveyed the New Rock tribe's intention of not surrendering. Haluz had no choice but to lead the troops to attack the New Rock tribe. The number of enemies weighed heavily on his heart, almost 100 times the size of the Crusade troops. It was yet another crusade. The Sunil soldiers and players had already repeated it many times and were already numb to it. The only difference was that the crusade against the New Rock tribe was even more intense. 222. The scorching steel bullets pierced through the bodies of the subterranean mutants, blooming blood flowers. Countless mutants fell in the path of the charge, but the New Rock tribe's mutants seemed to be endless, surging forward like a tide. A Sunil armored squad was in charge of this line of defense. Their fingers were tightly pressed on the trigger, not caring that the barrels of the large-caliber assault rifles had overheated. The ammunition boxes beside their feet were emptied at an extremely fast speed, and the ground was covered with bullet casings. At this time, a wave of elites that were 2 to 3 times larger than normal subterranean mutants appeared at the line of defense this squad was in charge of. The antennae on their head swayed, and a wave of psychic energy quickly crossed the distance, ignoring the protection of the armor, and pierced into the brains of these armored soldiers. A few Sunil soldiers felt as if their brains were being sliced into pieces. Blood spurted out from their mouths and noses, and the world spun before their eyes. They lost control of their bodies, and the firepower of the line of defense instantly stopped. The result was fatal. The subterranean mutants that acted as the vanguard charged into this line of defense and drowned this armored squad. Their tails and mouths left dazzling sparks on the armor, and the tough armor quickly shattered. Behind this line of defense were even more Sunil soldiers. Swoosh! At this time, a bright crescent-shaped knife light came. Hundreds of Xenogeneics were cut in half by that one slash. Haluz dragged the 10-meter-long battleship slicing blade and quickly rushed over. He slashed and killed countless subterranean mutants, stopping the attack and resolving the danger of this line of defense. The original armored squad was almost completely wiped out, and the backup squad quickly replaced the original squad to guard this line of defense. Haluz wiped the blood and sweat off his face. He did not have time to rest, and was about to return to his original position. When he passed through the line of defense, he subconsciously looked at the armored squad that had fallen on the ground. The armor was riddled with holes, and the soldiers inside were disemboweled. With just one look, Haluz suddenly felt that one of the dead soldiers looked very familiar. He slowed down and took a closer look. This soldier was covered in blood, and his eyes were wide open. He held an armored dagger tightly in his hand and pierced through the body of a mutant. It was as if he had died together with the enemy, but he still looked very young. Haluz suddenly recalled that this young soldier who had died was the child of a neighbor when he was still opening a bar in Forest City. His name seemed to be Lana. Who would have thought that this child had also joined the army? Memories surfaced like bubbles in boiling water. Haluz's face twitched, and he shook off the distracting thoughts. He shouted and continued to fight. For the first time, the expedition was defeated by the subterranean mutants. The scale of a New Rock tribe was too large, and the enemies were endless. Even after killing a large number of mutants, the New Rock tribe did not run away like the other nests. Instead, they became even more violent and fearless. The tactics of a New Rock tribe were even more varied. They made use of their advantage of digging underground. The underground was their home ground. They would dig tunnels from the top or bottom of the underground space and directly kill their way into the expedition. With the help of the mental network, the New Rock tribe's cooperation was organized and very difficult to deal with. The casualties of the expedition continued to rise, and even many players died 2 or 3 times. Everyone was exhausted. Haluz finally decided to strategically retreat and return to the temporary camp. However, the New Rock tribe pursued them all the way to the temporary camp. Haluz led his troops to resist for a while, but he really could not hold on any longer. He had no choice but to retreat again and again, returning to the surface through the underground tunnel and being forced out of the underground world by the new rock tribe. The sun was high in the sky. After the expedition retreated from the underground, the new rock tribe did not continue to pursue. The subterranean mutants hated the sun, and many of them were sunburned. Thus, they did not rush to the surface and retreated. The new rock tribe completely used their lives to force the expedition to retreat. The ratio of casualties on both sides was extremely exaggerated. Because the expedition had retreated in an emergency, many of their companions' corpses were left underground. Haluz had a heavy heart. He let the troops rest and count the casualties while he contacted Han Shao and reported the situation here. "You were defeated by the subterranean mutants?" Han Shao had a strange expression. "There are too many enemies. Using battle methods to clear Nest 77 can only be done slowly. Our casualties are also very high." Haluz clenched his teeth. "Blackstar, I hope to use biochemical weapons to avoid casualties. Do as you see fit." Han Shao shook his head and hung up. Haluz took a deep breath. The corpses of the young warriors kept appearing in front of his eyes, and he did not hesitate anymore. He called the officer of the logistics team over, looked at the other party's bloodstained face, and said with a deep voice, "Send people to release all the biochemical weapons. Execute immediately." "Understood." The officer saluted without hesitation. The people of the new rock tribe dragged their tired bodies back to the nest and cleaned up the battlefield. They collected the corpses of their own kind, which piled up into many small mountains. In the mental network, the tribe members were communicating nonstop. The battle earlier had a huge impact on them. A large number of their tribesmen had died, which made them feel fear, anger, and hatred. However, at the same time, there were also cheers of victory. They had defeated the strong enemy and successfully defended their homeland. Although the tribe had suffered heavy casualties, Solu was full of fighting spirit. The experience passed down from their ancestors told them that they had to pursue the enemy while they were victorious. If they defeated the enemy once, the enemy might come back again. The true victory was to take down the enemy's nest. The many subterranean mutants collected the corpses of the Sunil soldiers, and an old subterranean mutant walked out from the crowd. The surrounding tribe members all bowed down to show respect. This subterranean mutant was an anomaly in the tribe. It could read the memories of the dead. In the entire new rock tribe, it was the only one with such an ability. If Han Shao was here, he would know that this was a native Esper who had awakened naturally. The tentacles on its head touched the heads of the Sunil soldiers one by one. All kinds of memory fragments flashed and quickly reorganized into the information it wanted. Then it shared the memory images in the mental network. This was the image of Forest City in the Sunil's memories, as well as the map of planet Sunil. The nest of the surface creatures is also on the surface. What a strange nest. The enemy is on the surface. How do we find them? The members of the new rock tribe communicated in the mental network. Chapter 615. More than 10 days later, the subjugation army took some time to return to nest number 77. Haluz led his men to investigate the underground. The new rock tribe had already become a dead zone, and the corpses of the subterranean mutants were all over the underground world. Even the strong-willed Sunil soldiers could not help but gasp at the hellish scene. Many players were shaken and could not help but sympathize with them. Haluz had a heavy heart. He ordered his men to destroy the prophecy stone mine of the new rock tribe, then collected the corpses of the subterranean mutants and burned them all. They also found the corpses of their fallen comrades. After clearing out the new rock tribe, the subjugation operation became much smoother. There were no more powerful nests like the new rock tribe. They continued to fight batch after batch, and the results were remarkable. After a long battle outside, the last subterranean mutant nest finally surrendered, and Haluz and the others finally returned victorious. Morning, light rain. Outside Forest City, almost all the Sunils had walked out of the city. There was a sea of people waiting in the rain to welcome the victorious troops. Everyone was looking forward to it. "Who? More than 10 spaceships flew over from the distant mountains, broke through the rain, and landed outside the city. The hatch opened, and the Sunil's soldiers disembarked. They were not wearing armor, but simple military uniforms. Their faces were filled with unconcealable fatigue. The players, on the other hand, were in a better state. Haluz walked out of the spaceship, came to the front of the group, and led the subjugation army toward the crowd. Hero, all of a sudden, countless Sunils burst into cheers and swarmed toward them. Every civilian had excitement, and gratitude on their faces as they welcomed this expedition team that was fighting in the outside world. Haluz was surrounded by countless people. As far as he could see, there were countless faces filled with gratitude. Everyone who looked at him had unparalleled respect in their eyes, causing him to be slightly dazed. The Sunils already knew that the Black Star Corps was willing to lend a helping hand because of Haluz. In the eyes of all the Sunils, Haluz had already surpassed everyone and became the undisputed hero. He was the idol of every Sunil. The crowd cheered and praised the soldiers of the subjugation army, including the players. To be precise, the Sunils were grateful to the Black Star Corps. In the hearts of the Sunils, Han Shao had already become a savior, and the reputation of the Black Star Corps was incomparable. Thank you so much. You saved Sunil. Black Star Corps, you are our benefactors. Countless people surrounded the players and expressed their gratitude. Many players were stunned for a moment before they felt a strange sense of fulfillment. They felt that this mission had an extraordinary meaning. Their collective actions had changed the future of the Sunils, which was why they had received so much gratitude. This sense of accomplishment gave many people a different experience. They felt fulfilled and satisfied. This feeling had nothing to do with benefits, but it was a spiritual satisfaction. Many young soldiers reunited with their families. Facing their families who were crying tears of joy, these iron-blooded soldiers showed satisfied smiles on their tired faces. They hugged each other and comforted their families who were crying tears of joy. Parents welcomed their children, wives welcomed their husbands, and children welcomed their fathers. This heartwarming scene played out continuously. Every day, the families of the soldiers were in fear, afraid that they would receive a death notice one day. Now, everything was finally over. There would be no more catastrophes and no more sacrifices in war. There was no need to despair, no need to worry, and a beautiful tomorrow awaited them. The gloomy period was over, and the Sunils saw the light of the future. The days of peace and tranquility had finally arrived. Looking at the smiling faces of their compatriots, many Sunils felt comforted. For their families and compatriots behind them, everything they had done was worth it. However, not everyone was happy. One official after another passed the boxes containing the ashes of the dead soldiers to their family members with heavy expressions. Some people could not believe it. Some argued loudly. Some hugged the ashes and cried, and some looked at the ashes in a daze. These families of the dead soldiers formed a stark contrast with the cheering crowd. Even the drizzle became sad, and the temperature in the morning seemed to have dropped a little. Lana's parents held his ashes and knelt in the mud as if they had lost their souls. Haluz happened to see this scene. He went forward to help Lana's parents up and said softly, "He is the hero of the race." Lana's parents looked at him and did not say anything. Seeing this, Haluz knew that any consolation would be futile. He pursed his lips, turned around, and walked away, clenching his fists. The Sunils had experienced too many life and death situations. Luckily, this should be the last time. Looking up, he saw Han Shao standing outside the crowd with the army officers. Haluz calmed himself down and walked over. It's finally over. Only one last step, and this mission will be completed. Seeing him walk closer, Han Shao spoke. Haluz stared at Han Shao and suddenly bowed solemnly. With a hoarse voice, he said, "I thank you on behalf of the entire Sunil race. There's no need for such a big reaction. I'm just fulfilling my promise to you." Han Shao helplessly reached out to help Haluz. Unexpectedly, Haluz insisted on not moving, and his tone was extremely serious. "No, please listen to what I have to say. Hearing this, Han Shao raised an eyebrow, let go of his hand, and let Haluz maintain his bow. Haluz's emotions surged as he slowly said, "Your name is enough to be remembered in Sunil's history. Not only are you Sunil's benefactor, but you're also my benefactor. In my eyes, this is not a promise, not a deal, and not a hire. This is a favor that I can never repay. Your Excellency Black Star, from today onward, I'm willing to be your blade and follow you forever until the end of the universe." As he said that, all the officers were silent. They stared at Haluz with different expressions. Is this loyalty? Han Shao was silent for a while before nodding. Okay. Haluz then straightened up and smiled. He followed everyone's gaze and looked at the civilians with joy and sadness. The price of peace is blood on your hands. Jeanette shook her head. I hope that Sunil will remember this war and remember the atrocities that we so-called heroes have done for the continuation of our race, Haluz lamented. Survival of the fittest. Every civilization will eventually become a demon, carrying the burden of history and moving forward. Han Shao said casually before looking to the side. A group of Sunil upper echelons walked over. This time, it was not Otis who came to negotiate, but the Sunil leader. The Sunil leader expressed his gratitude personally, and Han Shao also responded. After talking for a while, the Sunil leader then tactfully said that he would wait until Han Shao moved all the subterranean mutants out before settling the payment. Han Shao had no objections. Watching the group of Sunil upper echelons leave, Sylvia slapped Haluz's back and said angrily, "These people are really annoying. I hate politicians too." Haluz did not refute. He had not done all this for the sake of politicians. This time, Fu Ding reminded him, Black Star, about the migration. Han Shao was about to answer when his communicator rang. He glanced at it and smiled. You came at the right time. The next moment, everyone's vision turned black, and a huge shadow suddenly appeared, covering the crowd. Its size was still increasing. Be it the Sunils or the players, they were all shocked and looked up. Hundreds of super-large transport spaceships slowly descended from the sky, covering the entire sky. The moving company I called is here. Han Shao let out a sigh of relief and smiled. He had borrowed a batch of large transport spaceships from the two financial groups specifically to transport the subterranean mutants. After a few trips, he would be able to move all the subterranean mutants and the prophecy stones to an uninhabited planet. Anyway, the subterranean mutants lived on rocks, so they did not have strict requirements for the environment. The players had already been informed of the migration plan. Seeing so many spaceships, many of them were excited and started whispering to each other. That must be the migration team. Migrating a race with billions of people. What grand scene. The subterranean mutants will not be wiped out. Black Star did not disappoint me. Seeing their own faction make such a grand scene, the players were very proud and felt a sense of collective honor. At the same time, many of the players approved of the Black Star Corps' decision to migrate the subterranean mutants. After such a long battle, the players had seen many tragedies and were certain that the subterranean mutants were definitely the weaker party. Sympathizing with the weaker party was a habit. When the players felt that the subterranean mutants were pitiful, it indirectly increased their approval of the migration plan. As a result, the players felt more of a sense of belonging to the Black Star Corps. Han Shao was very clear about this. He had the intention of making use of sympathy in the first place, to make this mission a memorable event in the hearts of the players, to increase the importance of the faction. The effect seemed to be quite good. Beside him, Fu Ding smiled. He felt that this might be the best outcome for both parties. Looking at Han Zhao's back, Fu Ding had a thought. He had grown very quickly and was already able to suppress Chun Xing in his body alone. Furthermore, his conflict with Chun Xing was almost resolved. This meant that he did not need the help of the Black Star Corps anymore. Chapter 6:16. Galactic Migration with a huge project. All the surrendered subterranean mutants brought their prophecy stone base stations and were sent to the financial group's transport ships. Without these prophecy stones, Even if planet Sunil still had some small minds, it would not be able to form a large-scale psychic current. In other words, the catastrophe had disappeared, and this planet had become suitable for the Sunils to live on. The ability of the Black Star Core to gather resources made the upper echelons of planet Sunil gasp in amazement, and their attitude became even more respectful. Seeing that the transport team had arrived, they did not waste any more time and submitted an application to the Mercenary Alliance to complete the mission. Han Xiao received the notification that the funds had been transferred to his account, and the interface responded, completing all the missions for this mission. Sunil Rescue Operation, large-scale mission. A large sum of money was transferred to his account, and it slightly covered the expenses of mobilizing the transport team. Completing the large-scale mission by himself added a dazzling achievement to the Black Star Corps' resume. His credibility rating increased tremendously, and the Mercenary Alliance once again raised their evaluation of the Black Star Corps. Overall evaluation: a famous large army, Floating Dragons field team. Their main area of activity is the Garden Star system. They're the iconic mercenary organization in the Garden Star system. They have hundreds of thousands of mercenaries under their command, and they are immortal. Their average strength is grade C. The Black Star Corps has many connections in the mercenary world, and they have a lot of capital. They have army bases on Planet Golden Gate, Blue Star, and Planet Sunil. Until now, they have maintained an extremely high completion rate for their missions, and they are highly praised and trustworthy. Army Commander Black Star has nicknames such as Immortal Body and Dark Star Destroyer. He maintains a good relationship with some civilizations, and he is also the owner of the Godora civilization's Golden Gal badge. An increase in the evaluation meant an increase in their status. The Black Star Corps received a new reputation, and the happiest people were the players. They felt a sense of satisfaction. Other than the official mission, the Grade A Sunil main storyline mission, Eliminate Subterranean Mutants, was also completed. The players had earned a lot, and they were smiling like blooming chrysanthemums. Han Xiao did not pursue an extremely high evaluation for this mission, and he received a good rating. According to the mission requirements, exterminating an entire race should have given him the highest evaluation, but the mission reward could not compare to the benefits of migrating the subterranean mutants. Hence, he chose the more profitable side. Han Xiao was not lacking in this mission reward anyway. After all, the experience gained by the players through this mission would all be converted into spending power, so he could just cut it off. However, the A-rank mission had given him an unexpected reward. A new dungeon had been created for the NPC template, Subterranean Mutant Annihilation. A new? Not bad. Han Xiao did not have to worry about it. But as the players gradually he could use, they would come in the future, so he did not have to worry. In the next few days, Han Xiao stayed on planet Sunil to supervise the transportation of the subterranean mutants. After Sunil, some of the players were still on planet Sunil. Although the mission was over, Sunil still had a lot of things to do, and there was still a lot of profit to be gained. With the third base as a transfer station, this was also the faction headquarters. Using the missions on planet Sunil to train the players was the subsequent profit of the NPC resource land. Sunil's predicament was resolved, and the Sunil warriors no longer needed to take risks outside. Sarinder and some of the Sunil mercenaries wanted to return home and not be mercenaries anymore, so they asked Han Xiao to leave. Everyone felt guilty and sorry for Black Star. Han Xiao had expected such a situation and had prepared compromise. He allowed Sarinder and the others to stay on planet Sunil and not go out on missions, but they could train mercenaries in the third base. The Sunil warriors all accepted this plan. To be honest, they also wanted to do something to repay Black Star. There was no danger in staying in their hometown to train the newcomers, and the work was easy. Thus, Sarind and the others did not mention leaving anymore. Finally, the last batch of transport teams took off, and Han Xiao and the others left in the spaceship. On the ground, countless Sunils looked up and sent the Black Star Corps off on an uninhabited planet suitable for the subterranean mutants to live in. The subterranean mutants were all moved there, and Han Shao followed the transport team to check on the situation of the mutants. Because all the subterranean mutants had been united and were no longer separated by regions like before, it had indirectly promoted the development of their civilization. The various tribes mixed together and lived together. They had skipped a stage and completed the unification of their race. From a perspective of the development of a civilization, this was a start with a terrifying lead. Because the Germinal tribe was Black Star's emissary, spreading the knowledge that Han Shao had given them to all the mutants, the Germinal tribe naturally became the leader of billions of subterranean mutants. In the minds of the Germinal tribe's subterranean mutants, Black Star was like a god spreading the gospel, saving all of them. The Germinal tribe's respect for Han Shao was also transmitted to the hearts of all the subterranean mutants. After settling down, the subterranean mutants treated Han Shao as a symbol of worship. Because of the uniqueness of the mental network, culture spread at an unbelievable speed, and every mutant gave themselves a name. When Han Shao arrived, the Germinal tribe was leading all the subterranean mutants to build a huge nest. His visit was warmly welcomed by the subterranean mutants, and the Germinal tribe leader came out to welcome him. "This is our new home." The Germinal tribe leader excitedly showed off the new nest like a child, showing off his favorite item to an adult. "Very good. This planet will be your habitat from now on." Han Shao nodded and smiled. "You are already a new civilization. You shouldn't be called subterranean mutants anymore. Are you going to give us a new name?" The Germinal tribe leader asked happily. "No, this is your right." After a simple conversation, Han Shao left the planet and did not interfere with the development of the subterranean mutants. They were still in the embryonic stage of their civilization, and he was prepared to let the subterranean mutants develop on their own. The spaceship left the planet, and a new notification popped up on the interface. "You have received a new legendary point." Han Shao was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to receive such an unexpected reward. There was more than one notification. Plus 10,000 Black Spirit Race faction, favorability current relationship. Worship, Black Spirit Race? Han Shao was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. The subterranean mutants had given their race an official name, Black Spirit Race. Why did it sound like it was related to his nickname? However, he did not know his position in the hearts of the subterranean mutants. They had named themselves after Black Star and called themselves the Black Spirit Race. Han Zhao's interest was piqued. Interesting. I wonder what kind of civilization these subterranean mutants will develop into in the end. With a smile, Han Shao piloted the Blacklight stealth and disappeared into the horizon. The results of the migration were reported to the players. Seeing that the subterranean mutants had started a new life, many players heaved a sigh of relief and could not help but feel proud of the Black Star Corps. On the forums, the Sunil incident became the hottest topic for a while. The players enjoyed the feeling of changing the fate of a race and becoming the savior of the world. Their sense of belonging and identity toward the faction increased subtly, and this incident also became a memory that left a deep impression on the players, adding to the building of their feelings. On planet Sunil, the Sunils were also very grateful toward the Black Star Corps. There would be people coming to visit base number 3 every day. Serene and the other retired Sunil mercenaries had officially set up a training camp in base number 3 to recruit Sunils as disciples. The training camp was a channel for the army to continuously send soldiers. Although it was just the beginning, planet Sunil had a bright future. As long as the Sunils continued to grow, there would always be groups of people who would go into the galaxy and sign up to become mercenaries. It could be said that as the Sunils developed, the profits of base number 3 would continue to increase. The development of the two was directly related. After the Sunil trip, the development of the Black Star Corps in the Garden Star system was on the right track, entering a virtuous cycle. The hundreds of thousands of players gradually showed their usefulness. The remaining players in Blue Star also completed the test in base number 2 batch after batch. Finally, other than the new players, all the Blue Star players entered the galaxy and became members of the Black Star Corps. The number of mercenaries had reached the million mark. Such a large scale was very rare, even among large mercenary groups. The Black Star Corps steadily expanded in the Garten Star system, becoming a construction maniac. Other than trying to monopolize the mercenary market in the Garten Star system, Han Shao also started to reach out to the nearby star systems. His connections provided the army with a huge amount of help, and the speed of his rise shocked Ghidorah. Han Shao would occasionally personally carry out high-difficulty mercenary missions or use his familiarity with the storyline to find some profitable planets and turn them into new NPC resource lands. Every once in a while, he would carry out a large-scale mercenary mission as the main storyline to cultivate the cohesion of the players. The Black Star Corps' influence grew steadily, and there were no external factors hindering their development. The risk was almost negligible, and everything was carried out according to Han Zhao's plan. Chapter 617. Colton Star Cluster, Controversial Land, Hyde Star System. The 6-star system civilizations, including the Ghidorah civilization, all wanted to occupy the Hyde Star system. They had garrisoned troops in the areas they controlled and were in a stalemate. Outside the military area of the 6 civilizations, the Hyde Star system was sparsely populated with transit stations that served the galactic travelers. Due to the vague jurisdiction of the Hyde Star system, these transit stations became the gaps between the gray areas. Not only were there scavengers, space pirates, and wanted criminals, even the garrison officers of the 6 civilizations would occasionally come to the transit stations to enjoy themselves. They did not interfere with each other. Planet Orange Transit Station was such a gray area. At this moment, there was a group of players moving around. Hao Tian, Sleepy Winter, Twinkle Fried Rice, and the others walked on the dirty and noisy streets. There were more than 10 people in the group. Some of them were professional players from the Long Sky Club, while the others were players from the Rivervale Club. Mad Blade and Angry Sword were moving together with Long Sky. Both parties had accepted the same hidden chain mission, and the last part of the mission was at Planet Orange Transit Station. Mad Blade and Hao Tian were good friends, so the two teams moved together. 2 years had passed in the game. Due to Mad Blade's outstanding performance in the first season of the Pro League, the Rivervale Club had formed a new team with him as the core. Mad Blade's teammates were mostly new, and they were still in the adjustment period. Preparations for the second Galaxy Pro League had begun long ago. During this period of time, they had been warming up. The Galaxy Times had revealed that there would be new changes to the competition format this time. The competition would officially begin after a while, and all the teams were preparing in full swing. More than a year ago, the players from the other novice planets had finally stepped into the galaxy. The professional players had already reached level 90, and their skills, equipment, talents, and special items were all the focus of the professional players during the preparation period. The cooperation between Long Sky and Rivervale was for the reward of the hidden mission. As the core of the team, Mad Blade was under a lot of pressure. He wanted to obtain good results to prove himself and not disappoint the club, so he would not let go of any opportunity. Captain, the person we're looking for is hiding on this planet. How we find him? Evil Sword asked Mad Blade. Evil Sword was Frenzied Sword's teammate, and he was a talented newbie. In the entire Rivervale team, only Evil Sword's skills were outstanding, and he could barely serve as Frenzied Sword's right-hand man. As for the other teammates, in Frenzied Sword's eyes, they were just ordinary blue-collar workers. The last part of the mission is definitely going to be very difficult. The mission hint is for us to look for clues on our own. Based on experience, entertainment venues in gray areas like this will have a lot of information circulating. We can start from there, Mad Blade said. At this time, Hao Tian, the captain of Long Sky, spoke in a low voice. We'll talk about that later. Let's worry about our safety first. Hearing this, everyone looked around. Pedestrians wearing all kinds of crude combat suits were staring at them. Their faces were ferocious, and their eyes were malicious. They kept glancing at the exquisite combat armor and weapons on the players, as if they wanted to rob them. In the vision of Hao Tian, Mad Blade, and the other players, Most of the pedestrians had red names, which meant that they were enemies. The rest had neutral yellow names, and there was not a single green name to be seen. Galactic pirates or scavengers, huh? Everyone's expression did not change. They were already used to fighting monsters. As Black Star's mercenaries, they had killed countless galactic pirates in the past 2 years. Bright yellow mechanical force flashed all over Mad Blade's body. A helmet appeared and covered his head. His armor started to change shape, and various structures appeared. It turned into a blue and yellow heavy armor that looked like a luxurious knight's heavy armor. This was a weakened version of the commander-class armor called Mountain. It was a rare pink equipment, and the guild had spent a lot of money to order it from Han Shao. At the current level of the players, Mountain was one of the best equipment at the pinnacle. Then he took off the long box on his back and activated it with mechanical force. The box quickly changed shape and turned into a long-handled heavy melee weapon with an axe and a cannon. This was an improved version of the slash cannon, and its size was close to half the size of a person. The others all started to enter battle mode. They had all sorts of equipment, and the worst equipment they had was purple. The club guilds served the professional players, and they used the guild to support their teams. Naturally, they did not lack money, and their equipment level had always been the best among the players. It was normal for them to attract the attention of the galactic pirates. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and both sides faced each other. This group of galactic pirates laughed. Just as they were about to attack, a member's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Don't attack! They are all Black Star's men." As soon as he said that, the ferocious expressions of the galactic pirates suddenly disappeared, and their expressions changed. They wanted to charge forward a second ago, but the next moment, they hurriedly retreated and opened up a distance. They then carefully looked at the armor of the players, and their eyes slowly widened. In the hidden areas of the players' armor and weapons, there was the same symbol. It was a round black circle with a white outline. 4 straight rays were distributed in the shape of a cross, separated by a small distance from the circle, representing the light rays. It looked like a black star emitting light. None of the galactic pirates present did not know what this symbol represented. This was the symbol of the Black Star Corps. All the galactic pirates showed fear and hesitation, not daring to attack. This time, a powerful voice sounded from the other end of the street. "Humph! It seems to be very lively here." Everyone turned around and saw a few officers wearing Ghidorah uniforms slowly walking over. Their cold gazes swept past all the galactic pirates. In the eyes of the players, the Ghidorah officers who suddenly appeared were the only group of friendly characters with green names. "Friend from the Black Star Corps, do you need help?" The leading Ghidorah officer twisted his neck, and his expression was cold. The previously ferocious galactic pirates instantly turned into trembling little rabbits. In the Hyde Star system, there was an iron law that could not be broken, and that was that no one could attack the officers of the 6 civilizations. Otherwise, the garrison would not mind clearing out the gray areas. The entire Colton Star cluster knew that the Black Star Corps and Ghidorah were on the same side, and the galactic pirates were extremely regretful. They had kicked an iron plate that they could not afford to offend. "Run!" The galactic pirates scattered like the stars in the sky. The players seemed to be used to this scene and kept their weapons. They did not waste any time chasing after this group of small monsters. When the Ghidorah officers saw this, they did not make a move. They nodded at the players and turned around to leave. The intention of these officers was very simple. It was purely because they saw the Black Star Corps, so they came over to help. The 2 factions were allies, and the Black Star Corps was the recipient of the highest honor in Ghidorah. As a member of the Black Star Corps, he would receive extra help wherever there were Ghidorah people. The Black Star Network that the players joked about gradually became a reality. The 2 galactic pirates, one tall and one short, ran very far away. They turned around and confirmed that no one was chasing them before they dared to stop and rest. They held onto their knees and panted. "Uff, I thought we were dead for sure." Luckily, they did not chase after us. The shorter galactic pirate wiped his cold sweat. The taller galactic pirate nodded repeatedly. He had a look of relief on his face. Currently, in the few star systems around the Garden Star System, other than those star system-level civilizations, no one dared to provoke the Black Star Core. Luckily, we are only a small gang and do not have a bounty. If not, we would be in trouble. The shorter galactic pirate's chest heaved up and down. We should be thankful that we do not have the qualifications to be wanted. The taller galactic pirate laughed bitterly. He did not know whether he should be happy or not. Among the galactic pirates, there was a saying that it was better to meet the Dragon Emperor than to meet the Black Star. The Black Star Corps had risen at an astonishing speed in the past 2 years. One of the reasons was that they had taken on the role of galactic pirate hunter. Around the Garden Star System, all the galactic pirate gangs that were not small were the prey of the Black Star Corps. They were wiped out one after another, and all their battleships were seized. Conservatively speaking, at least 400 battleships were seized by the Black Star Corps. The galactic pirates in the surrounding star systems felt threatened. A portion of the large galactic pirate gangs joined forces to assassinate the Black Star in order to protect themselves. However, they did not expect to be ambushed instead. The Black Star seemed to have predicted the enemy's intentions. Millions of mercenaries entered the battle, and the scene was shocking. In the end, the galactic pirate gangs that joined forces were wiped out. Although many large galactic pirates were captured, most of them were hidden by the Black Star. Only a small portion of them were taken out to exchange for the bounty. All of them had been ravaged and abused by the Black Star. It was said that once, when the Black Star took a captive to exchange for the bounty, the staff in the office could not recognize that the captive was the wanted target. It was as though they were two different people. After the news spread, countless galactic pirates were terrified. They all thought that the Black Star had some special fetish for galactic pirates. The Black Star instantly became 100 times more ferocious in their eyes. The saying, "It's better to meet the Dragon Emperor than to meet the Black Star," started to spread, and it was strongly agreed by the majority of galactic pirates. The Dragon Emperor Ames was neutral, but her field team was against galactic pirates. They would rather fall into the hands of the Ames than to fall into the hands of the Black Star. Therefore, the galactic pirate gangs near the Garden Star System all fled. The security of the few star systems became unprecedentedly good, and now, only small galactic pirates were left. Who would have thought that the Black Star's people would appear here? Is it not enough that the Black Star Corps monopolized the business of the Garden Star System? Is it that they want to expand to hide? Who knows? This is not impossible. In the few star systems nearby, other than those star system-level civilizations, what other force would be willing to provoke the Black Star Corps? They already have the monopoly. The two of them panted for a while before continuing to run. Mad Blade and how Tion searched for clues at the transit station. After a few hours, they finally pieced together the clues for the last part of the mission. They came to a remote repair station. The mission target was a disabled repair worker with deep wrinkles. He had lost both of his hands and was using mechanical prosthetics to replace them. He was repairing a severely damaged communicator. His appearance and temperament were very ordinary. However, in the information that the players had detected, this repair worker named Ronaldo had the highest level of danger, which was extremely fatal. It was obvious that he was a guy who hid his strength well. How Tion and Mad Blade exchanged glances and pushed Sleepy Winter forward. This guy had the highest charisma attribute among them, so he was the most suitable to communicate with people. Sleepy Winter took out the mission item and handed it over. He said in a friendly tone, "Hello, we were asked by someone to give this to you." They had accepted a hidden mission and specially made a trip here to pass the mission item to Ronaldo. It was a letter. Ronaldo raised his eyes and looked at them. He put down the machine in his hands and said calmly, "Who are you people?" "We're from the Black Star Corps." "Black Star Corps." Ronaldo's expression changed slightly, and he said with a deep voice, "I've heard of you guys. It's said that Black Star is a very strong mechanic. Unfortunately, if it was a year ago and my hand were still intact, I would really like to spar with him." Mad Blade and the others were shocked. Han Xiao was a grade A super. Since this person dared to say that he wanted to spar with him, he should also be a grade A super. This hidden mission seemed to be a little unpredictable. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let me see what's written in the letter. Ronaldo lowered his head and opened the letter. It was filled with secret codes. He lived in seclusion there, and for some reason, he only used the primitive method of sending messages through letters. The players waited for a while, and after Ronaldo finished reading the letter, he let out a sigh and lamented. A new storm is coming. Sigh. Tell your employer that I've already retired and won't accept any recruitment. I only want to live here quietly. No matter what happens in the Shattered Star Ring, it won't affect me. The player's interface notified them that the mission had changed to reporting to their employer. They would be able to receive their reward then. However, these professional players did not leave immediately. They were very sensitive to hidden storylines, and when they heard Ronaldo's words, they all realized that there was information that they could dig deeper. May I know what the storm you're talking about is? Sleepy Winter asked. Ronaldo looked at him and seemed to find Sleepy Winter more pleasing to the eye. He said, "Haven't you guys noticed? In the past 2 years, the situation in the Shattered Star Ring has become more and more turbulent. The 7-star cluster civilizations have all been acting strangely. This is a strange sign. The vortex is slowly forming, and it's still in the brewing stage. When it surfaces, the entire Shattered Star Ring will be swept in, and no organization will be able to stay out of it." Everyone was confused. Their range of activity was temporarily limited to the few star systems around Garden, so they did not have much experience with the turbulence in the Shattered Star Ring. After all, their main range of activity was not large enough. There were also some players who explored new maps further away, such as to another star cluster. However, the time spent was not proportional to the rewards. Most of the time, they could only look at the scenery and make a wasted trip. The galaxy was extremely vast, and just the Shattered Star Ring was already very large. Searching for missions alone was like searching for a needle in a haystack. On the other hand, there were countless missions in the Black Star Core that one could choose from. Sleepy Winter continued to ask, and Ronaldo said with a deep voice, "No one knows the goal of those star cluster civilizations, but this storm is not a coincidence. I'm guessing that there's a transcendental organization behind this change in the Shattered Star Ring." Transcendental organization? Is it one of those 3 universal civilizations that only appeared in the background story for the time being? Or is it someone else? Everyone looked at each other and guessed softly. The players did not know what had happened to the Tyrant's party, so they naturally did not know the inside story. However, this did not stop Madblade, Hao Tion, and the others from guessing that this news might be related to the storyline of the next version. After all, this was not the first time. In version 1.0, Black Star had already revealed the mutation disaster in version 2.0. Everyone was overjoyed. Knowing the clues of the next version in advance might give them a huge advantage. Right at this moment, Ronaldo suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, you guys are Black Star subordinates. Help me pass something to him." Everyone was stunned for a moment before nodding. This was clearly a new mission. Following which, Ronaldo took out a pen and paper, wrote a series of galactic words on the paper, and passed it to everyone. Sleepy Winter took it with suspicion, and the interface notified him that he had received a list full of names. "What is this?" This time, it was Madblade who could not help but ask. "This is a list." Ronaldo's tone was heavy, as though he had thought of some bad memories. Grabbing the position of his broken arm, a look of anger and fear flashed across his face, and he added in a low voice, "A hunting list." "Air, why do you want us to pass it to Black Star?" "Thought you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.